Great job on getting first, party popper. Or, thank you for the head pat. Warning, an ad break is happening. We'll be back shortly.
Hello. Hey guys, how you doing? Don't mind me. I'm actually still eating my cereal? Oatmeal? Both. I'm so tired today. I'm very, very tired today. Oh man. I don't know what happened with me. I just woke up and said, no, I want to go back to bed, but I couldn't. Oh man, it's just gonna be one of those days. But hey, it's fine. It's fine. It's why even though I've been teasing that I'm gonna play Lies of P for a while, I'm like, you know what? I need a chill day. So Maple Story it is. And it is ironically a pretty chill game if you don't count the grind or the bossing. It's the one thing I don't have to worry about is that. Okay, there you go. And do I have any plans for today when it comes to Maple Story? No, I never do, actually. The only thing I'm gonna do is probably grind on my cane again, because, you know... Ah, my god, it was so nice seeing that EXP bar move. Now being 285 and then just doing a little bit of grinding, it's just like, man, it's barely a percent. It's rough. It's so rough. I'm wondering when are we gonna get like an EXP curve. I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't gotten any announcement about that yet. But then again, we just got Talahart. I don't know. I feel like it's still kind of early for one. Doesn't mean I'm against it, but I feel like it's kind of early for like some kind of squish. But then again, do you think? Nah. I was gonna say I don't know if they're gonna even do like a level like a level cap increase. We are getting people who are close, not incredibly close, but close enough. Because oh boy, level 300. There's a lot of folks approaching it though. Because I can, and also I can guarantee you my maple ranks is showing that I'm gonna take like what, a year for me to even reach anywhere close to level 290 or something. I don't know. Maybe even more than that. I have not been doing any grinding since I reached 285. Hey Gala, how you doing? You think it's faster to do the event handouts? Oh, you're right. Also, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? Wait, is there 2 people in here? Oh, there is 2 people in here. I didn't even notice. I wasn't used to the blue dye. Oopsies. Okay, fine. You just got an eye patch? Wait, but why are you crying? Did it boom? Finally one for yourself? Oh. Congratulations, you got an eye patch. You see a Kaiser main? Nah. We're a rare breed. You gave away 2 of them? Oh, you're one of the cursed and also blessed ones, and you hand them out for everyone else but yourself. I understand. I understand. I'm waiting for the cooldown because I kind of fucked up. There you go. Oops. Come on. You have a hangover? Nice. Just take care of yourself, buddy. Just make sure you drink plenty of water. Drink plenty of water. Trust. Kind of wish we got the commercy set so we could just transfer it. Me too, actually. I kind of wish there was a way to try to just transfer up to all of the pitchies. Okay, most of the pitchies that are transferable, because it's kind of rough that there are some that there's no way to do that. So good luck trying to get copies. It's kind of sucky. The low 200 ones you kind of understand, yeah, but I don't know. I personally wish there was a way to work to like hammer transfer, transfer hammer your way up there, but that's a lot of like extra items, a lot of extra steps, and a lot of extra inventory that we don't need. You know what's the one quality of life change I kind of wish they would eventually introduce? Expanding our inventory. Legitimately, I wish there was a way to expand our inventory, both inventory and storage, because oh boy. First of all, a lot of us are hoarders. I'm throwing myself in there. A lot of us are hoarders. We just keep a lot of stuff. So having extra storage space will definitely help in the long run. Excuse me. I hate cars. I hate Carcion. Oh, I hate Carcion right now. Okay, Calm Beach 2. Where did I sign up for Calm Beach 2? I legitimately have like a way to grind in this area, and like in a lot of maps. I actually have like a maple map sorted out for at least the majority of the spots that I could. So if I am cursed and cannot find like a spot to head to grind in, I'll find one. Gamers being hoarders? Nah, I know, right? Impossible. I do wonder how many people will transfer to Hyperion. I will be honest with you, Gala. I mentioned this a lot yesterday, but legit, if I can guarantee that I'm gonna keep the Legion blocks from the Ride or Die and the Minara event, you know, this one and this one, I will change. I would 100% switch over. I will feel bad for my party, but I would switch over. Our Calm Beach 2 will be compact. Yeah, that's the thing though. Like if I can guarantee a way for me to actually like just keep that legacy stuff, oh yeah, I'll transfer. I'll be honest with you, I will transfer. I don't mind being in a smaller in a smaller server because it's just easier to grind in. Honestly, it's just so much easier to grind in. But I'm unsure. I'm just simply unsure if it'll be kept or not. It doesn't really specify. Because you can transfer characters over, so you can technically transfer your whole account. It will just take a while, but you could. But that's the iffy thing, is if I will get stuff. So I'm like, I have no idea. Any horror story for the week? I do, but it's heavily related to Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, which is this month. But I will save that story for later. I'll be honest with you. I got permission to tell 2 stories. They're both very personal stories from the folks I got them from. And I do want to save those stories a little bit for later, because like I said, this month is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. And I do want to tell them because they're rough stories, you know what I mean? They're rough stories. You heard the word brain activated? I'm glad. So there are 2. One I got permission from my family to tell. So that's actually pretty nice. Another one I got a permission from a friend to tell. So I'll tell him eventually, but Right now I'm just kind of letting I'm just kind of letting things settle. Let's just put it that. They're not horror stories though. They're just sad stories. So I'll put it out that way. How's the foot doing, by the way? I'm actually pretty well. I'm able to walk kind of normal now. Because for a while I was using crutches, and those are fun. But now my doctor said that I can actually start trying to walk a little bit. So I'm hobbling all over the place, but I'm trying. I'm trying. Dangling the carrot? Yes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. But no, I'm actually pretty glad that I can walk, guys. I can walk. Oh my god. But yeah. Like I said, don't fall down the stairs. It's not a fun time. Unless that's your thing, then well, I don't know. Who am I to judge? Then who am I to judge? But yeah, dude, like everybody being in Carcion, because obviously a lot of people stop at 285. Or 280, between 285 and 290 is where a lot of people are stuck on because the double EXP requirement is kind of rough. And this is where like also a lot of people start throwing their even fragments into Janus, you know, the whole shebang. Like even I'm tempted to put fragments into Janus. And I swore up and down that shit will stay at 10 forever. But I'm getting tempted, but I have other characters to level now. Like, at least now I'm legitimately working on my Kane because, oh man, he needs the help. he needs it. He definitely needs it. My poor boy. I've been leaving him behind so much. Oh, also, I think I should activate the other Vac pet too. I kind of don't want to though because that one still requires money. Also, it's $15. I don't want to. I don't want $15. I don't want to spend $15 to activate it. So I think I'm just gonna gonna stick with the one Vac pet. Dude, running around with two Vac pets, it sounds so spoilery, but it very much spoils you because whatever one doesn't get, the other one gets immediately. Like it's so nice. Meanwhile, my pets are being stupid and they're just dangling down there. At least my tortoise is smart. Look at him. Look at him. I think I have also, fun fact also, I think I have one more story to tell, but I'm not too sure if they're okay with me sharing it. Of course, I'm gonna do the whole name change and everything, but I just want to make sure at least one of them was okay. Because I technically have like 3 to 4 stories that I can tell just for... Because they just want to... Because they said they just want to get it out there, and even though I told them, guys, don't get your hopes up too much. I ain't a big streamer. I am baby streamer. But they're like, who cares? They just want the story to be told. So I'm like, okay, that's fair enough. But still, they have too high of expectations of little old me, then spoiling us. All right, I guess I can go ahead and just tell the one though, and it's fine. This one actually is related to. This one's actually related to my family. Like I said, I had permission to tell this one. I actually had to ask my mom if I could. She said, just as long as you change the names, she doesn't care. So I'm like, okay, cool. This is awesome. This is why you stick around. Hell yeah. So, like I said, this is heavily pertaining to Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, which is this month. Everybody celebrates the Pride version of it, which is perfectly fine, but I also want to really emphasize the mental health issues that men goes through as well. Both are just, in my opinion, just as important. So, let's just put it, so let's begin the story that it's actually my uncle. My late uncle. So let's go ahead and put it that way or immediately. He was him and my mom were incredibly close when they were little. Very, very close. She was like he was the oldest of the boys and she was the oldest of the girls. And because of that, they grew up in a big family. So they had they had this responsibilities of being like the protective older siblings, the one who taught the younger ones to be decent human beings, you know, and everything because because my grandmother and my grandfather, they were, bless their hearts, they tried their best and they did and they did the best that they could. Too bad I never really met my grandfather, but I've heard he was a very good man. And then my grandmother, I remember her, she was a typical sassy woman, but she had a good heart. Now, hold on, oatmeal. But anyways, to continue the story, they did not grow up with a lot of money either. So my grandparents, they tried their best to supply as much comfort to their kids as much as possible. And it worked out pretty well. They ended up being pretty well off. They're not exactly rich, but they weren't exactly poor. They made just enough money to sustain 6 kids? Yeah, around 6 kids. They had I had to remember how many, because sadly one of my aunts kinda disappeared. She's not dead, but she became estranged. So I tend to forget about her. It sounds mean. But you know when you have a family member that just straight up just disappears and they don't really talk, like they don't really talk to you, you don't talk to them, they're just like nowhere to be seen most of the time. You kind of forget about them. Sounds mean, but it is what it is. Oh, that's you. Oh no. So they grew up with so they had 6 kids, and my mom and her brother, or my uncle, they were obviously the oldest and they took care of everybody. Flash forward a little bit to while they were in school, my uncle, he had big ambitions. He had really big ambitions, and he wanted to become an engineer, more specifically for airplanes. So an airplane engineer. I don't remember what was the official title that he ended up getting, but he was kind of a big deal for a while. He ended up making pretty decent amount of money. The only problem is he had to travel a lot. Luckily, while he traveled, he ended up finding at first we all thought was a nice woman. I'm not gonna bother giving her a name. I'll just call her his ex. Let's just put it that way, his ex. So he met his ex while he was out traveling. And at first his traveling was only within the country. Well, within one country. He didn't really go outside of it. And his main job was to make sure to maintain a bunch of airplanes within various airports. So he wasn't like building them or manufacturing them or anything. He was literally just the maintenance guy, but for some reason he had to travel all over the place. We all thought that you have to be stationed in one spot or at least something, but we don't know the full story. All we know is that he started off kind of not making a lot of money because it didn't really pay well. She used to just work at an airport. She wasn't like a stewardess or anything like that. She wasn't anything. She was just like somebody who happened to work at the airport, but she wasn't working for the airport, if that makes any sense. But they met very quickly, hit it off and fell in love. And she was You know, I'll be honest with you. A lot of us thought that she was very, 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 very nice. I've actually met her a few times myself. And she always had, like... She always had a warm demeanor about her. You know what I mean? Like, she will always ask, oh, how you doing? Are you feeling okay? Yeah, you know, and I will always... And then, like, some of us respond, yeah, we're doing all right. And then she was actually very good with English. She was, like... My uncle... He made it a purpose to learn English so that way he can eventually work out of country into the United States. He wanted to make sure that he can, because he didn't want to live in Mexico forever. Fun fact, this is where the family's all based off in. And some of some of the family didn't like that because they're like, "Oh no, why don't you just stay here? All your family's here." And he's like, I just wanna go to United States. And everybody ended up just like being like, okay, you know what? We're not gonna judge you too much. You do what you want. That's fair. She had a very similar ambition. So she went out of her way to also learn English. So me speaking to her, as somebody who really honestly only spoke one language growing up, she was very easy to talk to, and she was very homely, like I said, very presentable. Like, it was honestly... honestly very nice to actually talk with somebody or honestly talk to somebody outside of my, like, immediate family. Because normally, like, everyone else, they don't know English very well, and I don't know their languages very well. So it was very hard for me, personally, to talk to them. So it was kind of refreshing for me, being the local idiot who can't speak multiple languages, to talk to somebody outside of my parents. So, and cousins. Well, kind of. Some of my cousins still don't know English, but anyways. So the Cinnabon in the airport? Kind of! I guess so. Like, I never really understood, like, what she did, but yeah, I guess that's a good way to describe it, honestly. But, so... I think, like... They were dating for a while. My uncle and his ex. They were dating for a very, very long time. And he finally proposed to her once he actually, finally managed to get enough money to get married, essentially. It took a while. I think it was like 5 years they were seeing each other, or they were engaged for 3. And he worked his little butt off to try to get as much money as possible. So it was kind of nice when we finally... When we all finally saw the announcement of them getting married. A lot of my like a lot of the family was just like, finally, we've been waiting for this day. They were all very excited for it. And the wedding came and went. I'll be honest with you, it was a small, very quaint wedding. It wasn't anything too spectacular. But the main thing I do remember is that it was held, like, in a very cute little ranch, where my parents, or where my mom grew up. Like, they all lived, like, next to, like, some kind of, like, farm, and that's where they ended up doing it. Like, it was, let's just say, it was a nice, quaint little wedding. It wasn't nothing any spectacular. It was only big because of family, but it wasn't flashy or anything, I should say. It was very homely. A very homely wedding. Oh, hey, this person actually made it to Carcion. Hey, look at that. Hilarious that I'm actually recognizing people. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, so. And eventually they had, like, another year or 2 passed, and then they had kids. My 2 cousins, both boys. And, this is where the trouble starts beginning in their relationship, because now my uncle is making more money to the point where they managed to buy their own land, build their own house, like actually build their house, and was able to afford to have the kids also be privately schooled. Homeschool, I don't want to call it was homeschooling, but they definitely went to a pristine school, to where they also basically where they communicated in English as a priority, if that makes sense. Also, hello, welcome. You know, I should make a disclaimer because I'm telling stories that's heavily related to Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, which is also Pride Month. Like I said, both just equally as important. Both needs to have awareness pointed at each other. So, oops. My bad. Anyways. Hey, Alexa. Hello, welcome. In the meantime, I'll be grinding at the same time. I must grind. I'll be grinding on my cane, by the way. My cane needs help. my cane needs the love. How's stream so far? Literally just started. Like I said, I was
Thank you for the head pat.
I'm telling a story to kind of spread awareness of men's mental health, especially since one of them ended very tragically. Let's just put it that way. One of them ended very, very tragically. So, but yeah, so my uncle ended up making a lot more money, and they were doing very well for themselves. Like I said, privately schooling their kids. They bought their own land. They ended up even building their own house, and it was a big, beautiful house. I remember seeing this house, visiting there, and it was beautiful, man. It was beautiful, and they got a pretty good chunky piece of land too. It was nothing to really scoff at. So I was very happy. Like for me, I was very, very happy for them. Even though I was young and stupid, you know, I already knew the troubles. Unfortunately, I already grew up with money troubles because my parents also, they weren't doing very well either. I didn't grow up very rich. So seeing at least some members of my family succeeding, like, gave me hope that maybe my parents will reach that point one day. Kind of like that very good optimism. Let's just put it that way. So, however, because he started making more money, he has to be leaving the house a little bit more and more. But he tries to not travel as much. Because, of course, he wanted to spend time with his now family. Especially since now he has 2 boys and a wife. So he tried to cut down the traveling, but sometimes it's inevitable. And unfortunately, his ex really got used to the good life very, very quickly. To say the least. She really enjoyed the fact that she can just buy almost anything she wanted without any consequence. Let's just put it that way. She was very happy and just saying, "Oh, I want." And at first, though, her spending wasn't that bad. What do I mean by that? Well, it literally just started off like, at first they used to buy like the cheapy milk or the cheapy orange juice, like the cheapy, like the generic no name brand stuff that was clearly cheaper than the good ones, but it did its job. You know, like it just did its job. And it's like, oh, and it got great value. Exactly, like Kroger's great value. The like those cheapy stuff. And they live off of that for a while. Eventually, they started moving up from Kroger's to like fucking like the fancy shit, okay? Like I don't know if Jimmy Dean's is considered a good fancy product. But let's just, to put in perspective, they were shopping at Walmart and then they upgraded to like fucking Target. Or like from like shopping at a like grocery outlet to now going to Albertsons. For any Americans out there, you kind of understand where I'm getting it. Or from Albertsons to like fucking Whole Foods. That's their progression of money spending. I'm always gonna be a super cheap shopper. Hell yeah. Hey, Moose Meat. I wasn't prepared for story time today. Sorry, it's story time. But So the money, so yeah, she and at first her spending was like just getting the nicer stuff, and nobody really blinked an eye. Not even my uncle, because it's like, you know what? They can't afford the nicer milk. They can't afford the non-hormonal jacked chicken. You know what I mean? Like, no one because she was spending money on stuff that would benefit the family in the long run. So we're like, okay, you know, you do that. That's awesome. We just kind of told her, like, you know, be careful, make sure if there's a sale going on, concentrate on the sales more, because just because you're making money, that doesn't mean you need to be used to making that money. Because we all warned them, not just her, them, the whole family. It's fine to spend more money on good things, but don't get used to it, because the money can, as quickly as it came, it can also be whisked away. As simple as that. We all try to warn them about it. But my uncle, he's like, it's fine, don't worry, there's no way I'm gonna lose my job or anything like that. And mind you, he never did. He never did lose his job. He was never lying. But, here's this is where the sad part's coming in. So eventually, my uncle, he didn't like the fact that he kept traveling over and over and over, and he's basically missing out on his son's life. Both of them, essentially, my cousins. Because every time, like, some kind of big event happened, he just happens to be traveling. He just happens to be needed to be gone. And he didn't like the fact that he was just missing out on important events, or what he deemed important events, with his sons. And what made him even feel even worse, when one of his sons, the oldest, he said, you know, I'm used to dad being away, so it's okay. So he said something along the line, I'm used to my dad being gone all the time, that seeing him at home feels weird. Something like that. Like, he said something along the lines of that, and my uncle said, oh hell no. That is the worst thing he can ever hear, that his own son is saying, I'm not used to my father being around. He's like, nope. Hell no. That is not something I want to deal with. So he ended up asking his company, like, hey, is there a way for me to just stay home or not travel as much, because he has a family and he doesn't want his family to start falling apart because of all the traveling. Hello, Elle. Seems very quiet. Am I quiet or what? Because, like, the game doesn't really make that much noise. Trust me, you don't want to hear what the noises the game makes. Hello, Elle. How you doing? Sounds fine to you? You're loud here? Okay, yeah. I was gonna say. Okay, thank you. Me being loud should be kind of normal. For some reason, I like to talk loudly. Oh my god, until I blast my fucking thing. I am so sorry. Until I blast my fucking... Oh, that was embarrassing. Anyways. Okay, there you go. My mic died. Hold on. I like how it does that every once in a while. I don't know why. Legitimately, I don't know why. Sometimes it just fades in and out of existence. Oopsies. But, anyways. So I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys can figure out where this story is going. So my uncle ended up asking his company, hey, is there a position for me to take where I don't have to travel as much? Like, he said, I'll even get a docked pay. Like, I don't care. I don't want to be far away from my family for too long. My sons are growing up. I don't want to miss their lives. Because at this time, they're already, like, how old I was when all this was happening. They were, because they're older than me. Either way, like, the oldest cousin, he's like in his teens at this point. I just don't remember how old. And like the youngest one is, like, I think one cousin was 16, the other one was 8. Like, I think like that there was that much of a gap in between. Something like that. But either way, he's missing their lives, and he hates that. Of course, the oldest son, my cousin, he never held a grudge against his father. He understood that this is all, it's just the job. Every time my uncle came home, he was like, he's always excited to see his dad, spend as much time with him, and try to learn as much from his dad, or spend as much, or just, like, they were very close. But whenever my uncle had to leave, of course, he was sad. He was like, oh, I don't know why you have to leave, Dad. And he's like, well, you know, it's work. He's like, I understand. And just he never hold a grudge. Till this day, he never hold a grudge. He's like, that's work. It is what it is. That was just the job that he chose. So, my uncle, now 25% boss damage shows up when, okay, anyways. So now my uncle decided to get a normal type of job, meaning that he doesn't have to travel. The downside, though, is that it's reduced pay. It wasn't too much of reduced pay, but with how, like, let's say, like, with how much of a spending habit, especially his ex had, because let's just put it that way. She got so used to the amount of money that he was making that she was walking around with fucking Prada, Gucci, Coach, fucking Louis Vuitton, like all of that bullshit. Like, she was loving the materialistic lifestyle that she adopted. She was always driving the latest luxury cars. She was always making sure that she had the top of the line anything. And when my uncle said, you know, I'm gonna have a reduced pay, so you can't be doing this anymore. You can't be spending this much money, but I promise you, you know, we will still live, like he said, we'll be living comfortably. We can still afford, because we just have to live now within our means. No more spending obscene amount of money on jewelry, makeup, and all of these fancy stuff. Now you just have to just wait a little longer to afford it. That's basically what he said. Sounds like a waste of money, to be honest. I agree. Oh no, you might not meet people today. Oh, it's Maple Story. Maple Story tends to be like a little slower than usual. It's fine. I don't mind. Because Maple Story is usually when I do my story times anyway. But yeah, so there's like a little moment is when that happened. Hey, Mango. And at first, we were all under the impression that like everybody was fine with it. My cousins, they were both like, okay, at least we get to have dad around now. Like the older cousin, he was really happy to have his dad around because, like I said, they were close. They were very, very close. So having his dad around, he was like, you know what? I don't care. At least I have my dad around. And then now he can also see his other son grow up, essentially. So it was like a win-win for everybody, except for the ex. For some reason, she kind of refused to acknowledge the fact that they needed to cut back on spending for some reason. And she would continuously keep spending money on unnecessary things, especially since, as I mentioned before, she likes, like, every time I saw her, I remember my mom used to call, I said that I used to call her the golden lady. She was always dressed in, she was always clad in some kind of golden stuff. Okay, all the time. And when my uncle decided to just, and it was always like the newest, the newest golden thing out there. Whatever jewelry that she happens to want or have, that was it. She just needed it right then and there. And for some reason, as I mentioned before, she just couldn't get into the head that, yeah, you know, buying the expensive stuff every once in a while is fine, but not as frequently as she wanted it. And that pissed her off so much. So now MVP at 47, 15. Oh, it happened already. No, it's okay. I'm proud of every 3 months instead of every month. How could she live? Pretty much that was pretty much like her mentality of it, and it was very scummy. And because of that, she actually legitimately started putting things like, okay, they never really had issues with credit cards and everything because they didn't really have to worry about it. But now she started putting money into credit cards and never told my uncle this. So when he started getting bills of like of like all of this stuff that she's been spending, he was like, hey, why are you spending, I think one time she spent $5,000 on like one item, and I don't remember what it was, but he's like, you can't be spending money like this anymore. You're lucky we can barely afford paying this, but you can't keep doing this. I said that we have to cut back. I'm not making that much money anymore. And she said, why? Why do I need to sacrifice my livelihood? This is legitimately what she has said. Why do I need to sacrifice my livelihood because you decided to stay? And he said, what are you talking about? I want to spend time with my kids. They're literally growing up without me. What makes like why are you assuming that this is a good thing? And she's like, you didn't even ask me if I was okay with this. You didn't even bother like like going over things with it. We could have found a way. We could have done this. We could have done that. She's basically like literally blaming him for wanting to spend time with his family. And he's like, I don't understand why you're upset with me. I already said that I want to spend time with more of the family. She said, we can still afford the nice things. You just can't keep spending money on all of the nice things. I'm sorry, did she work at all? Nope. He made enough money where she could be a stay-at-home mom. That was the hilarious thing. That was the main arrangement. That was the one thing that kind of like made all of us kind of angry, because like she never really had to work, because once he started making good money, she was allowed to quit whatever job she had at the airport and just be the stay-at-home mom that she always wanted to be. And now when he's not working, no, he's not making as much with work. Sorry, I need to get that straight. Now that he's not making as much money as he used to, she got used to spending, because she had like maids too. She had like the landscapers come by and everything. And the only thing he said like, we need to not have maids over anymore. We can just clean the house ourselves. Now that I'm here, I can help. It's not a big deal. He actually started cutting things back, because for him it makes sense to. They don't need a maid anymore, because now that he's gonna be home all the time, he can very simply help. He didn't think that was too much of a big deal. Just go help clean the house and everything will be perfectly fine, right? Apparently not to her. She liked the fact that she just got to sit around and not do anything. Okay. Well, now you kind of have to start, cleaning, God forbid, and cooking, God forbid, too, because they also cook. She literally didn't have to do jack, so she got very, very spoiled. Now, because of the amount of money that he decided that he basically had them cut off, she got incredibly angry, and they started arguing more and more and more. I think a lot of us kind of figure out where this is going. They started arguing more and more and more because she wants to keep spending money, but he says they can't afford spending all that money. They literally can't. But she insists that she has to. This is something that she's used to. You can't take it away. And he's like, well, I'm sorry, but that's not how that worked. Even to the point where she started threatening to leave him at this point. Because it's like, now she's claiming. Now this is the part where I started remembering the arguments. She starts claiming now that he's being abusive because she's not allowed to buy the stuff that she wants. And he's like, what are you talking about? You can't, like, you can, but you can't just do it immediately. Like, we're not living paycheck to paycheck, but you can't just spend $5,000 like it's only $5. Like, you can't just do that anymore. We need to cut back just a little bit. But she's claiming that, oh, you know, I'm so sad now. I'm going through depression because I can't have all of this stuff. So eventually, she starts filing for divorce, obviously. I mean, everybody could see it a mile away that she'll start filing for divorce. And she wanted to get, like, literally half of his money. And the scummy thing, though, and this is where the scummy part happens. She wants to claim full custody of the kids. At this point, they're both still underage. They're both still minors. And she's like, you know what? Just to fuck with you, I'm gonna go and claim full custody of the kids and you won't be able to see them. And he's like, why? I've been the sole provider and you're gonna take them away from me. What is going on? And this became very messy very, very quickly. So essentially, long story short, even though she didn't held a job or anything, unfortunately the courts still were kind of agreeing for her to take full custody because she's the mother. Even though he was the sole provider, they started to believe over the fact that he's being mean to her or like harassing her or anything because he's simply not letting her buy the quote-unquote necessities that she needs. And with how the court system is, they're like, sure, we'll go ahead and just give you and give you the custody and everything like that. And unfortunately, it started to kind of work. The divorce did go through and he barely was able to spend time with his kids, which pissed them off. The kids apparently try to say, no, we want to be with our dad. We want to be with our dad. Like, please, we don't want to be just with the mom. But the courts didn't hear it because they're kids. For some reason, they're kids, and then especially with the judge, he said the mentality is the kids should never be separate from their mom. But the problem is, but the problem is the kids kept saying that because once the divorce happened and everything, she kind of ignored them. She basically ignored them. She took them away from the schools that they were going to. She barely even had like she still had the money spending habit that she had, where they were eating like she was always going out with friends, claiming that now she's a socialite, essentially ready to be out on the town and everything, whereas they're constantly home alone with barely any food to eat because she didn't buy a lot of food for them to eat at home because she always ate out with her friends. And my uncle tried to argue, like, she's clearly not taking care of them. Like, she's clearly not. Please, I want full custody of the kids now. Like, he even said, I don't want the money that I don't want her stuff. Like, she can keep the stuff that she claimed that she has. He simply said she can even have the house, the cars, whatever the fuck. Just let me have the kids. but the court still sided with him, was sided with the mom, saying that kids should never be separate from the mom. Even though he showed all the proof that he was providing the whole time, she didn't even work. But he was the sole provider, they still sided with her, and he was so upset. He was so very upset. And the mom, and his ex, just bathed in his suffering. Let's just put it that way. And we as a family, we tried to vouch for him, but unfortunately, when you get somebody who's, I guess, biased or something, we don't know why, they never even bothered listening. Just didn't care. At one point, she was a mother. That's what we're saying. But unfortunately, there's a huge bias. And there was literally nothing we can do. Again, we swear that judge was biased or something. Like we don't know. And unfortunately, after basically not allowing to see his kids, and he did lose everything. Like, she stayed in the house, she had the cars, he had to stay in a shitty little apartment. He was able to afford the apartment, but he didn't care. He couldn't see his kids anymore. And he was going through such a deep depression, and we all tried to be there for him, and we all told him, like, we will try to fight to fight for his kids as much as possible. We would even try to like I remember some members of my family would pretend to take the kids, you know, to take the kids and see them. And luckily, his ex was stupid and allowed to be, oh yeah, you can go ahead and see your aunt. Oh yeah, you can go see your cousins. But then my uncle would be there instead, and they'll spend like all day with him, and they were going to be so happy to see him. So happy to see him. But I guess that still wasn't allowed, because I guess eventually she figured it out. And she just said, okay, you're not going to see your family on that side ever again. You're not going to see them. I don't trust them, because I don't want you to see him. Legally, I guess she's not supposed to do that. I don't know, but she just did not. What's her funds dried? Yeah, we never knew. The only sad part is because of the amount of toll, the mental toll that took on my uncle. Unfortunately, as I've mentioned before, this is a very, very sad ending. He did end up committing suicide out of pure depression because he couldn't see his kids. He couldn't see his family. And we were all devastated when we heard that. It was sad. It was very, very sad. When one day, my cousin, he suddenly called my mom specifically. And he said, I haven't heard from my dad in a while. I'm worried about him. Can you call him? And my mom, you know what's hilarious? My mom and my uncle, they were close, but they were like close to like, they don't have to speak for years. But when they get back together, they act as if nothing changed. They can have a conversation from like 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago. And they'll pick it up right where they left off. Like nothing has happened. Like no time has passed. They were that close. And when my mom was like, okay, let me call my brother. You know, he always picks up when I call. And when he didn't, absolute panic set in. Eventually, my mom ended up calling the authorities and had to do a wellness check. Yep. They found him in his apartment with a gun next to him. I'm just gonna put it out that I'm just gonna leave it like that. And my mom was devastated. She even went into my room, I remember, because I was still living with my parents at this time. My mom went into my room and she just looked at me with tears down her face. And my mom is the strongest woman I've ever met. Obviously, she's my mom. Of course I met her. But she almost never cries. She almost never cries because she knew. Because she's the type of person who, see, even I'm tearing up because this is rough. Like I said, I had permission by my mom specifically to tell this story. So she's perfectly fine with me telling me. perfectly fine with me telling you guys this, because she gets very upset over the fact that there are some people out there like my uncle's ex, who takes advantage of the system, and no one wants to hear the man's side of the story, and this kind of shit will happen. She always hated the fact that every time the courts will be biased the courts will always be biased towards the woman for some reason, even though there will be sufficient evidence showing that, like, he was the sole provider, he was the reason why they were making money and everything. She didn't do jack shit, but because she's the mother, she has full custody of the kid. She has the priority to get it, whereas when he tries to fight for custody, they took their sweet time. They took their sweet time to even look at the case. So my mom is very angry over the fact that, like, everybody ignored his needs and prioritized her. And it's like, it's bullshit. She always say that it's bullshit. And unfortunately, there are so many guys out there. Hell, there's even 2 more stories that has a very similar, don't worry, they didn't commit suicide. They're both perfectly fine. My uncle, unfortunately, was the one who got hit the hardest with it, but they both also had very similar type of situations where everyone will believe the woman rather than hearing the man's side of the story as well. Now, I'm not saying that all women are bad. I'm not saying all men are bad. No. There's always 2 sides of the story, if that makes sense. And unfortunately, nobody in the legal system wanted to hear my uncle's side of the story. Because all they heard from her is that he was being abusive. They believed her, even though there was no real fucking evidence. And this is what happened. And the reason why we firmly believe, and we know that what she did was lying, because we asked, because, like, for me, like, I asked my cousins, like, hey, can you come tell me the real story? What's going on with my uncle? And they're like, nothing. He's been on our side this whole time. We've been trying to, we want to see our dad again, but we can't. They knew that they were being used as leverage, but for some reason, nobody want to listen to them because they were just simply kids. That sounds like there was extreme bias. There was very much extreme bias. And when my uncle committed suicide, my family, like, straight up wanted to sue the judge specifically on the incredible bias they showed towards my uncle in his case. Because they didn't even give a second thought to think, oh, maybe this guy might be telling the truth. Or maybe I should, legally fucking listen to a different side, like, to the other side of the story. No, they never even fucking did. I don't remember what was the outcome of it. Unfortunately, when it comes to a foreign country and their laws, to be fair, I don't even know the laws in my own goddamn state or country. I just know bad things are bad and good things are good at this point. But either way, it was scummy. It was very, very scummy, to say the least. And we tried to help him through his depression and everything, but he was always taught when he was younger to not be too much of a burden. And unfortunately, even though we try to be there for him, there's only so much you can say. You can talk to me whenever you need help. If the person doesn't want to talk to you, you can't force them to. And thus the result happened. And it's really, really sad to say, because he was also raised in the fact that men are always have to be stoic. You cannot talk to other people. You can't be vulnerable to other people. And he's like, I remember he always said, you know, I'll be fine. I can deal with this. He was sad. He was depressed, but he's like, you know what? He's like, you know what? I just need to be strong. I just need to, I can get through this. But she wore him down so bad. And that was the sad part. Now that both my cousins are adults, and as soon as they were legally able to leave my aunt, or the ex, not my aunt, the ex. Oh, they did. They left her immediately, like unceremoniously too. Apparently, like the eldest, the eldest cousin, who I actually still genuinely talk to, he didn't even notify his mom that he was moving out. Just one day, it was his birthday, and of course they didn't celebrate it because she didn't give a shit. In the end of the day, just straight up, like suddenly she came home and his stuff was gone. He made sure that he left while she was gone doing like whatever the fuck that she was doing. But the problem is on my side of the family, we knew that he left. Because we knew exactly where he went. We're the ones who found the apartment. We're the ones who found the place for him to go. Because we're like, sure, you can go ahead and move here at any time. Are you going to tell your mom? No. Oh, okay. We didn't. We just said, oh, okay. That was it. Who are we to say, oh, you should tell your mom? He's an adult now. Legally, we don't have to tell him what to do anymore. So it's a very, very sad story with a very, very sad ending. And I sincerely hope that...
Warning. An ad break is happening.
I sincerely hope that ads are not being a bitch. Oh my god, I should have just turned off ads. To get put in the cheapest old folks home imaginable. She's gonna die alone. That's all I can say. She did like apparently, according to my youngest cousin, she did try to remarry, but she got so fucked up, spoiled, self-spoiled with whatever, with her previous lifestyle, that nobody basically wanted to be with her anymore. So at least that was something that we don't have to worry about anymore. But yeah, it was very, very, very sad indeed in what happened. And my mom, even still to this day, she feels very bad because she, obviously, when someone you're close to passes away, you're gonna blame yourself for like, I should have been there for him more, I should have done this. And I told my mom, like, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you could have done. You did all you could, and he did all he could. It's just depression, as somebody said, depression hits hard, and when it does, it's hard to get rid of. It's very, very, it is a rut that you will find yourself into, and it's hard to climb back out. And the problem, but the problem is though, like, all of his pleading and wanting to at least see his kids was ignored, and that was the one thing that we all just couldn't be like. We're all just like, why wasn't he allowed to at least see his kids? Like, that is the stupidest shit we've ever heard. But that's what happened. That's what happened. Wrinkly hag probably looks like someone tried to rehydrate a piece of pepperoni stick anyways. Probably. Because I can guarantee you she also did work done as well. Like I said, she got used to the rich life. But when my uncle decided to be a family man and spend time with his kids, because God forbid if somebody's a fucking family man, no, you're not allowed. You can't, because how am I supposed to afford my fucking expensive ass manicures and pedicures and all that other unnecessary bullshit that you really, like, in all reality, you don't need a manicure, you don't need a pedicure every fucking month. You really don't, or any at all. I've never even had a manicure or a pedicure done before. Sure is a once in a while thing, but like a monthly? That's enough. It was, but yeah, it's just, again, another a very sad, tragic story that unfortunately court biases for some reason got, and his depression got like the worst of him. And it's really, really sad to see something like that happen, especially to a family member. Back from ads? Welcome back from the ads. But there's one story. Don't worry, the other two are depressing, but no suicides. They're both guys are still very much okay. One of them though is still recovering mentally because of just the amount of bullshit that he's gone through. The other stories are depressing. Because this one is actually, it has a very similar note, but it isn't really about money. It's just more of being controlled, which is even sadder, to say the least. Because oh boy. So I'm on team men's mental health too. Similar thing with your family, just switch jilted ex to with police harassment. Men's mental health is like, everyone's mental health is important. Legitimate, everyone's mental health is important, obviously. But I always feel like men gets thrown to the wayside because they're men, and we have the idea of you have to be stoic, you have to be strong. If you show any form of weakness, you're less than a man. You have to just bottle down all of your emotions and then when it pops, now you're the bad guy. And it's not a healthy thing to do. It's not a very healthy thing at all. Not at all. So that actually leans more again to the other story. Again, other depressing story. Another depressing one, so I do apologize. But this one I actually seen firsthand of what happened. These two stories are something that I've seen firsthand. And again, permission from my friends that I can tell this story. One of them you're kind of familiar with already. I told this story. I'll reuse the name that I gave him to, Travis. So one of them is Travis, and the other one is another person that we all never ever heard of before. For those who likes my story times, his name is Dan, or I'm calling him Dan. His name is not actually Dan though. Dan is the more tragic of the two stories, and he's just a guy who, let me tell you the backstory of Dan. He is a hopeless romantic kind of thing. He's like one of those corny romantic guys who legitimately likes to do the very corny romance shit that you see on rom-coms because he genuinely thinks that's a really cute thing to do for your partner and everything. He's genuinely that kind of guy. Unfortunately, though, he's also the type of guy who likes to think with his dick. So that's what led him to a girl. We're gonna call her Susie. We're gonna call her Susie. Dan really fell for Susie one day. We didn't even know how they met. Just one day he said, oh, I met her passing by in uni one day, and I thought she was cute. Apparently she thought I was cute, and we hit it off. That was basically their story of how they got together. I was just like, oh, okay, whatever works for you guys, I guess. And it was like, as is tradition, in the honeymoon phase of relationships, it always starts out fine. But she was already showing red flags, even during the honeymoon phase. But unfortunately, Dan didn't listen to us. Because she wanted him always around. Red flag number one. Typical red flag number one. She always wanted him around, no matter what. He didn't even have to be talking to her or associating with her or anything. She just wanted him within eye vision or within earshot, within her bubble. Let's just put it that way. So that way she knows where he's at all times. And during the times where we were finally able to hang out, she will be blasting his phone constantly. Constantly sending texts, phone calls, everything to make sure just to see what he's doing. And at first he saw it as like a quirk. Like, oh, you know, we just got together. She doesn't really know me too much and everything, you know, it's fine. And you know what's funny? That they barely knew each other when they started dating. That's the sad part. They barely knew each other when they started dating. And you can't just assume that, oh, this is a quirk. We all told him, like, dude, you kind of need to talk to her. It's like there are some times where you just need some alone time or something. Like, I don't know, like it's like it's kind of weird because she was very controlling with his schedule too. Because he claims that she likes everything to be organized. She likes to know what's gonna happen every day of the week. So she literally has a schedule. And so it's like she literally wants like a schedule for every day of the week. She plans out like the whole week in advance, kind of like scheduling, which is a lot. So meaning like he would for the week is like, oh hey Dan, you want to go you want to go hang out over in this one arcade that was open a long time ago? And he's like, yeah, you know what? Let me go and check on the on my girlfriend first. I just want to make sure if we have time, or if I can, or if we have time or something. And we're like, oh, okay, sure, I guess. And he would literally just disappear for like 10 to 15 minutes. And then he comes back, like, oh, I'm sorry, man. I like sorry, guys. I asked her if I can go, and she said no. We have plans to do this instead. And we're like, okay, all right, you know, whatever. And then, and it always happens every time. Hey, Dan, you want to go just watch a movie real quick? You can even take your girlfriend if you want. It's perfectly fine. We just want to see this movie. I don't remember what movie it was, but it was a movie that we all wanted to watch. And he's like, oh, sure, let me go ahead and ask my girlfriend. And then he comes back, he's like, oh no, I'm sorry, I forgot we had this scheduled. We had this scheduled, which is the weirdest fucking thing for him to say. And we're like, and eventually I opened my mouth, I'm like, why do you need to ask permission to do anything? Like why do you need to ask permission? Like she's not your mom. You just go out and do things, and it's like, why do you need everything to be scheduled? And he's like, oh, it's because, you know, she likes to keep a schedule. She wants to make sure that everything's fine and like everything is in order. And and you know, it's just something that, and it gives her comfort, so it's just something that I want to let her, you know, do. And at first I saw nothing of it. I was just like, oh, okay, fine, I guess. Like, if she just likes to keep a schedule, then she likes to keep a schedule. It's not a big deal. It's just kind of annoying that every time that we want to do something with him, it's like, okay, hold on, let me ask mom if I can go out. And it was kind of like getting kind of frustrating just to even schedule around him, because he's always occupied with something. We have a friend in our friend group who's basically the same now. gotta kidnap bro to hang out, pretty much. We pretty much. And of course, none of us, we didn't really thought of it because we're just like, okay, whatever, you know. It's like, whatever. Maybe she just likes to plan things out. So eventually we literally start making fucking appointments to hang out with Dan. Yo, Dan, next week on this time, on this fucking day, do you want to hang out? He's like, all right, let me go run this through with my girlfriend. Let me go run this over with Susie. For some fucking reason, he has to be like, all right, Susie, I have this appointment made with my friends. I'm gonna go hang out with them. And it's either a yes or a no. Usually it's a yes. To be fair, I will just say, like, usually it is a yes. But when there's a no, we're just like, what the fuck? But eventually, we started to unable to hang out with him less and less, but we also started to notice that he was getting more and more depressed. And like because the reason why, like, sometimes when we do hang out, bro is always looking over his shoulder. He's always glancing around. He's always like, he's very, very, like, he's always like picking up his phone to look at it and then putting it back down to make sure that, like, he's not gonna miss anything. And we're like, bro, what's wrong with you? Like, and we're like, dude, what's wrong with you? And he's like, no, I'm fine. He always just says that. He's ready to say something, but he's like, no, I'm fine. And we're just like, dude, you need to talk to us. What's going on? Like, you're acting as if you're ready to, that you're about to be hunted down. Like what's going on? And eventually he started saying telling us. Eventually, like, we get little bits of the story here and there. He started saying that Susie was being a little too controlling. Like, they always had to do something that she wanted to do. But if it was his turn, if he wanted to do something, there was never time. Wasn't allowed. Couldn't do anything. And then, of course, she didn't approve of him playing video games because she always thought video games was a waste of time. So they would just sit around and watch some random show that she enjoyed watching. Like, I remember very specifically, she really liked watching RuPaul's Drag Race, specifically. That was her favorite thing to watch. So they had to watch it every time. He wasn't allowed, like, the few times that he could play games, it was when she wasn't home. Because they both worked. But there was usually an hour to an hour and a half in between when he comes home and she comes home. So during that hour and a half when he's alone, that's when we were able to finally fucking talk to him. How's that not an equal waste of time? Because it's her thing, not his thing. That's why. And eventually he started opening up to us, saying like, dude, I don't know what to do. She's like she won't let me breathe. It's essentially what is what he's saying. And we're like, bro, you just walk out of the relationship. Like, I don't know what you're like, I don't know what you're doing. Just walk out of the relationship. You just need to you just end it. And he's like, guys, it ain't that easy. And we're like, what do you mean? It is that easy. Just do it. And apparently every time they get into an argument, she would threaten, not her life. Luckily, she's not that kooky. She could very easily be, but she would threaten something of his or something. Like, she would threaten something that will make him go, okay, you know what? Calm down. Jesus Christ, we don't need to do this every time. So when he's like, you know what? He's like, you know what? I need to go see my friends, my family, or whatnot. She's like, you can't go see them. And he's like, why? Oh, because we have this. He's like, dude, I want to, like, one time, apparently, I didn't even know this until he told me. His sister got into the hospital, because it was a small car accident, but he still got worried, you know? Somebody hit her car, and he got really worried, because it's like, my sister just got into a car accident. I want to see if she's okay. But he didn't know how big of an accident it was. In hindsight, it wasn't really that big, but she still went there for just in case, because the airbag was deployed. And you know, when the airbag bag is deployed, that means it was pretty rough. But luckily, she got away with just like scrapes and bruises. And but when it happened, it was very much a big deal. So he was like, I want to see my sister. I want to see my sister. But she's like, but we have this to do. And he's like, I don't care about this. He finally, like, he kind of got frustrated and he yelled, I don't care about this right now. I want to see my sister. And she starts going off as like, what? And she's like, I try to make all of this scheduling so that way we can spend as much time as possible, and you squander it. And you squander it over a small thing. I'm pretty sure your sister's fine. Why are you being so paranoid about it? If something worse has happened, your family would be calling. Why is your mom only texting you about it? Like she tries to downplay what happened. And he's like, I still care. Like, why does that matter? I still care. I want to see her. And of course she threatens, well, I will, if you go, I will sell your computer or anything like that. She never threatened self-harm or harm of him, but she always threatens, like I said, she always threatens something. Like, I will destroy your computer. I will burn your clothes, or make sure you can't come back because I will change the locks or something. Like, it was like it's always something. There's always something that she will just straight up threaten. And he's like, oh, God. Okay, fine, whatever. So, like, eventually he just resorted to, like, texting his mom. And his mom, of course, got angry. We got upset, too. It was just like, why didn't you go and see your sister? And he basically said, like, oh, Susie didn't allow me to. And we're like, fuck what she doesn't allow. Your sister's in the hospital. Luckily, like I said before, she didn't really get hurt, but it's still kind of stupid that you managed to get this lady to talk you into not going. And he's like, yeah, I know, but blah, 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 this and that and the other thing. Now, this is where the mental health part of started coming in, which is pretty bad. Her friends were encouraging her, just manipulating everything. And basically, they were saying, if you can't handle Susie being like this, then you're not a real man. If you can't, like, you're not a real man if you do this. You're not a real man if you do that, essentially. Like they were kind of guilt-tripping him for not being 100% on Susie's side. And at this point, he felt very alone because, like I said, she's been taking her away from us. But she's been hanging out, but she's been hanging out with her friends like nothing. But he has to be there with her. So when you hear all of these voices basically saying, oh, you know, you should really stay with Susie because she's the best you can ever do. You're nothing. You're just a typical, like, nerd guy bro thing. Like, I don't know what kind of insults they were flinging at him, but every time we saw him, I swear his eyes got sunken in more and more and more, to the point where it's just like, dude, you need to just leave her. You just need to genuinely leave her. Like, what are you doing, homie? And he's like, all right, I'll try to leave her. So, and we told her, and we told him, like, we can go there if you want. You can absolutely go there with you if you want. If she's like that, if she's like that, what's to stop her to, like, I don't know, be even more manipulative, be more of a bitch? He's like, no, I got this, is what he kept saying. I got this, it's fine. It was not fine. Because when he tried to break up with her, she became so violent over the fact that he wanted to leave and have control in his life again, that she destroyed the apartment that they were living in. She knocked down the bookcase. She threw shit everywhere. She literally threw a little tantrum saying, why are you leaving me? I just want to spend as much time with you as possible. Why can't you see that I love you? Etc, etc, etc. You know, the typical things that most people in this situation would say if they're just being a manipulative asshole. And he's like, what are you talking about? You literally make a schedule for me and I have to obey the schedule, and if I don't, you get mad at me. Like, what, like how, like, where's the compromise? What is going on over here? And of course, she ended up lying to her friends that now he's being, because she ended up tossing the apartment inside and out. Like, it was definitely wrecked in there. Now this is where you have to hear both sides of the story concept comes in, because now her friends believe that he's the one who threw the tantrum because she told them that. We were told by him that she's the one who threw the apartment inside and out because of the tantrum that she threw. And of course, both friend groups believe one. The police was called. And she basically said that he's the one who did it. So he was only detained. He didn't really go to jail or anything. He was just put into holding. And he was eventually released because there was no, like, yeah, the apartment was trashed and everything, but there was no sign of like an actual, like, he never put his hands on her. And a domestic fight with like stuff being broken, they said, like, you know, just don't go back home. Essentially, that's what they said. You know, just don't go back home. Neither, on both, if you want to get your stuff, we have to be there to ensure nothing fucking happens, is essentially what it was. And, that's what happened. Essentially, he's like, okay, let me grab my stuff from there. When he went back to the apartment to grab his stuff is, like, was gone. And he's like, where did my shirts go? Where did, like, where's literally my stuff? Apparently, and she bragged about this, too, on somewhere, but we saw evidence of her doing it. She burned his stuff. Like, legitimately, as just fucking took his clothes, took his things, and just burned it in a fucking bonfire. Because, very much, because he stayed in holding, like, overnight. And for some reason, she said, oh, I'm at the beach. At a bonfire, just relieving stress, is what it said. Is what, like, the post said. I don't remember, I think it was, like, in, fucking Facebook or something, because I think they were unironically using Facebook at the time. And, we all firmly believe that she burned his items because he decided to break up. And we're like, bro, you ain't getting your stuff back anymore. And he was so angry. He ended up contacting, I don't remember who he contacted, but he ended up contacting somebody to help get legal action against the fact that, you know, she just took his stuff and fucking burned it. But it went nowhere. Because of course it did. Because of course it did. It went nowhere. Is this another Ben story? No. It's a story about men's mental health awareness, essentially, and how men can just as easily be abused and harassed as women, unfortunately. And I'm just saying this before the sake of Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. That's it. Like I said, as I mentioned before, Pride is just as important as men's mental health. Just have to have both in the highlight, not have one be overshadowed by another. And I'm just telling these stories. Don't worry, my friends and family have approved of these stories to be told. I told them, like, I don't have very much of a big audience, but we can get there. Yeah, long story short, he was fucking devastated afterwards. Poor Dan. Like, actually, poor Dan. Like, he... After his stuff was literally taken and burnt to the ground because because his ex just had to control every aspect of his life. Literally, we have to make appointments to hang out with him, which is fucking stupid. he basically said, you know what, I'm gonna be a bachelor for a very, 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 very long time. And he's still to this day, like he still hilariously still get messages from her every once in a while. She still kind of harasses them over the breakup, because apparently after all of that, and he, like I said, he did try to take legal action against her for taking his stuff and burning it. Even though the court was dismissed for some fucking reason, her reputation at work was ruined, because of course they heard about it, and that made her get fired from, I don't even remember where she was working. I think she was working at like fucking McDonald's or something. Like, it wasn't even a big deal job, which was even the hilarious thing. But she was so upset that she lost her job that now she's kind of like harassing over the fact that she has a hard time finding a job because of it. And it's like, well, that's what you get for trying to take my stuff and burn it. But it's like, whatever. Good, some consequence? Yeah. Sadly, guys, don't set boundaries enough for this to stop. Yeah. I agree. Dan now, he gets very, very protective of us when somebody's in a relationship and like something goes wrong, if that makes sense. So getting fired from McDonald's is crazy. I know, which is kind of funny how they managed to hear from it, but I guess because it's a legal court hearing, eventually your workplace will get note that, you know, you're going to court for something, I guess. And fucking McDonald's, they're like, nah, man, we don't want you here. Men are just big balls of trauma. Weekly reset is sued in Warframe, and I'm nowhere near done. I appreciate the fact that you like that you okay with that, you like these stories. Unfortunately, I'm telling them not so great. I ain't like Mr. Ballin versions of storytelling. If anybody knows that YouTube channel. But as I mentioned before, it's just something to spread awareness that men go through a lot of shit. But they either A, don't talk about it, or B, can't talk about it because of just one reason or another. We were lucky that we started noticing Dan doing something, but he never wanted to say anything until we literally had to prod it out of him. And that's the thing. Like, it's and as I mentioned before, Pride Month is obviously fine. I don't really mind it too much. I just feel bad that it became very what do you call it, commercialized. You know what I mean? Like it became very commercialized, because once Pride Month happens, everybody has the rainbow, but as soon as it ends, it disappears. So but mental health is a very big one that a lot of people should really be worried about as well, because it's important. As I mentioned before, it's important. Societal pressure, exactly. Good night, Elixa. Virtue signaling is its finest, eh? Pretty much. Pretty much. But I also have a hot take. I don't like these month celebration things, like Asian Pacific Islander History Month, or whatever the hell is called, or Black History Month, or any of them. I don't like the month things. I've never been a fan of them personally, because it's like, if you want to end a form of racism or be more aware of other races, why are we singling them out? Just celebrate everybody living in one country. But I don't know. I'm just a person yelling at clouds. I'm just an old man yelling at clouds is how it is. I didn't even know it's Men's Mental Health Month. There's the problem. Unfortunately, it's lined up with Pride Month, but it is also Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. And for me, it's just as important to know that there are guys out there who are struggling mentally, but they can't or won't express it because they're not supposed to, or it's looked down upon because they're men. You know, forget they don't even have a month. That's actually kind of funny. But in my opinion, we shouldn't have those types of months anyways. At least in my opinion, okay? I know, very controversial. But in my opinion, we shouldn't have those kind of months. Just celebrate everybody who lives in this country. And that's it. We're supposed to be a mixing pot of cultures, but now we're turning into a mosaic of cultures, which is, I don't know how I feel about that considering. But that's a whole different topic. That's just personal opinion. It's not about that. For me, it's about making sure that everybody has a chance to at least express their concerns over their mental health and everything. Especially, like I said, depression really hurts. Really, really affects. I mean, if it weren't for like somebody able to deal with what they're going through, to put it simply, we won't have to worry about suicide. I'm gonna say suicide too. I ain't gonna say unalive or alt 4 or alt F4 out of the world. No, fuck that. I'm gonna say it plain too. Fuck that, I didn't even ask for attention. I'm Asian and Pacific Islander. Same. I didn't even ask for that attention either. Sounds to me kind of stupid, since if it's something that has its month, it sounds like it's going to be more important than other things. At the same time, it's stupid for everything to have its month. I 100% agree. It's just personal politics and dehumanizing men in general. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's just like, not everything needs to have its own month. Just celebrate humanity in general. That's it. That's really it. But whatever. If we're gonna have a month thing, I'm just gonna at least put awareness to the mental health one, because as I mentioned before, I was personally affected with my uncle committing suicide because of his Great Depression over the fact that his ex took the kids and never allowed him to see them. Dan, my poor boy, being literally in the most controlling relationship he's ever been. And, Travis, okay, now here's another story. Here's one more story about mental health, but this one's more mental healthy than, like, relationship problems. But he also did have relationship problems. To call back to Travis, for those who remember him, he was the one who had, like, really bad relationships where one girl tried to baby lock him. Goddamn. Where one tried to baby lock him and the other one was just being stereotypically manipulative. But for the aftermath of those relationships, obviously he was very, very depressed. But he also had a lot of pressure on him because Travis was raised in a very, like, stereotypical like, his father was a very stereotypical guy who was very, 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 very stoic. Very, 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 very stoic. Like, I really have to emphasize, that man never... Travis's father, according to Travis, again, I had permission to say this, Travis's father never said, "I love you," to him. Never. He was that kind of father. He almost never really showed any form of real affection or anything, because for him, showing that kind of stuff to his son was considered weak, because he wanted his son to be strong. He wanted his son to be, like, the typical man's man. And Travis, to his credit, you know, he did look like a stereotypical, like, man's man. Like you give him, like, a lumberjack suit and everything, he'll be singing "I'm a lumberjack" and that's okay. You know, he sings all day and he works and he sleeps all night. kind of bullshit. Yes, that's a Monty Python reference. But the problem is, that's a lot of pressure and a lot of stuff to go through, especially when you're in a world where it's not very kind. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Same kind of bone, honestly. The month thing doesn't really get celebrated. It's like commercialized. It's never individuals talking about it. It's just commercials talking about it for months. Everything becomes commercialized. Everything is corporatized. So at this point, what's the point of having a month of anything if everything becomes, you know, profit? Anyways. No, thank you for the follow again. Thank you. But yeah, so Travis, he was the type of guy who was always hands-on working, because especially after the girls that he dated, he kind of sunk himself into work, into distracting himself. And every time we tell him, like, dude, you need to slow down, you need to do something, he's like, I can't. I can't. I need to do this. I need to the way for him to cope with whatever he was going through was being busy. And we can tell it was wearing him down big time. Because, like I said, this is right after when a girl tried to baby lock him. And he wanted to... He tried to talk to his mom about it. But his mom, being an old-fashioned person, okay, from the older generation, she's like, you get over it. Don't worry about it, you know, just move on, and you don't, and it's okay, you know, as long as she didn't actually do it, as long as it didn't actually happen, it's fine. You'll be okay. Okay, that's what she would say. And he couldn't vent to his grandfather, or his grandfather. His father. Bro looked like a grandfather. The reason why I call him grandfather, because, like, he kind of looked like Santa Claus. That was how his dad looked like. And we would call him grandpa. Like, so I'm sorry. That's why, anyways. A little leakage over there. But anyways, so, like, and Travis couldn't talk to his father because his father was, like I said, the most extreme form of stoicism you'll ever see. Never showed emotion, never showed anything like that. Like, you weren't allowed. So Travis literally just balled up everything. And even though we kind of knew what was bothering him, we didn't realize how much it bothered him too. Because it wasn't just the bad relationship that he just got out of. It was also his career, like, eating up more and more of his time. Like, he wanted to make sure that he was going somewhere in his life, because, as I mentioned, his dad and his parents, or his parents, I guess I should say specifically, they always emphasize that career first, and then you can think about settling down. If you slow down, you're a loser. You don't have time to be depressed. Bills won't stop coming just because you're sad. What's this? You're upset, or you're ready to just have a quick cry and then get over it. You need to, like, for them, there's no such thing as slow down, take a breather, and just think about yourself. No, they literally just not constantly. Exactly. Like, they literally emphasize, you don't have time to be depressed. You don't have time to be upset. You don't have time for any of this. Life keeps going. You need to keep up with it. That was their whole shtick. To be fair, like, I can see where they're coming from. Like, bills don't stop coming. Okay? Taxes will still haunt you forever. But, like, that's a very bad mentality to go to. And they're really emphasizing it for Travis because, like I said, he's a guy. And he's like, you need to be the tough one. You need to be the strong one. If you want to find yourself a good girlfriend, you need to make sure that you're ready to put your life on the line for her. You need to be the sole provider. This, that, and the other thing. That's why he was unfortunately, with that mentality, it's why he kind of fell for the wrong girls, because they took advantage of that kind of raise, of that kind of like mentality, the way they raise. Because yeah, he did provide for them. Unfortunately, though, he also picked up the worst girls. I'm so glad he managed to meet someone better now. Like I said, Travis is a happy story. He ended up now he's married with a kid with a lovely, lovely girl. So he's like the only good side, but it was an uphill battle for him. Keeping up with life can hurt you a lot. Mm-hmm. Very, very, very much so. And, your whole body hurts? Did you go work out? Or did you tumble down the stairs like me? Hopefully it's working out. And if you're sick... Oh man, go eat some soup. Go eat some soup. You'll be fine. Sounds exactly like FOMO thinking about it. True, actually. And, but Travis was a... I'm gonna throw a pun in here. Travis was a travesty when it came to, like, trying to talk him out of the rut that he was in. Like, proper rut that he was in. We tried to have him open up because he clearly... You can't even say that I'm unfollowing. I got you. But we tried to have him open up, but it was almost impossible. It was almost impossible to get him to open because he was so like, no, it's fine. And he just like, he was literally the definition of just avoiding all of his problems. And we can tell that he was bottling everything up more and more and more. His job got more demanding, or his studies and his job got more demanding. His like the relationship status got more and more hectic. Like it was really, really eating him up, but we tried. But you know, what was the one way? What was the one way we managed to get him to open up? And it actually worked. We kind of felt bad doing this because we invited him to a party. But it wasn't actually a party. It was technically like an intervention dressed up as a party. Where we had alcohol and everything. So we said, hey, you know, Travis, you want to come and hang out? Our friend Mikey is throwing like Mikey is throwing a party over at his place. And we're gonna have like the typical alcohol stuff and everything. If you want to come over, let loose for a little bit, it'll be fine. And Travis is like, you know what? Sure. I'll come over. And we're like, yes. we're like, yes, good. And we purposely bought like a bunch of the alcohol, like a bunch of the stuff that he likes to drink. Travis was a bit of a weeb and he liked sake. So we bought like, and mead. So we bought like the really like Viking's blood is like, in my opinion, the best mead out there. So we bought like the like some good sake, Viking's blood type of mead, and some typical IPAs just to help you get drunk. Like that was it. And we another lady moving to your apartment building, you spend the last 2.5 hours helping her and not even halfway done. The reason why I stopped is too damn hot. That is very respectable of you. Good job. Good job. That's actually very, very respectable. But back to the story. So yeah, we invited Travis over and he actually did come over and he was like, hey guys, I'm only gonna be here for like a couple of hours, maybe even 3, and then I just want to go back home and like just want to go back home. And we all knew he was just gonna go back home and wallow in his little despair because when we come, because I think I mentioned this before, we were all so close of friends that we just kind of come over to each other's house. And it was perfectly fine. We would be just like, knock, knock. Hey, Travis. Hey, Travis. How you doing? You want to hang out? And he's like, yeah, sure. Come in. Like, that's that's the type of friends we all were. But we couldn't really come over to Travis's place because of the shenanigans that happened. As well as when we did come over, it was so dark. Like, it was a cave in there. We couldn't see anything. And we're like, dude, you need to open the windows. He's like, don't open the windows. Like, please don't open the windows. I don't want to, like, he gave some real, like, shitty reason as to why he doesn't want us to open the curtains. But it was, like, pitch black in his apartment. It was really that dark. But, this intervention happened is that basically we just started talking. We just started hanging out. And we very, very passively, we all started drinking. And Travis, of course, followed suit because it's social drinking, you know? You don't want to be left out. Except me, I didn't drink because I was the one who made sure these fuckers went home sometimes. Because sometimes, you know, they were like, oh, I need to go home. And then they were drunk as shit. And then I'm like, and they're like, oh, I need to go home. Like, don't you fear? The designated driver is here. So me and like two other people, we didn't drink because we were literally the designated drivers for those who had to go home. So yeah, the designated driver fairy has appeared. Yeah, exactly. So and while this is happening, luckily they were hanging out at Mikey's pool because he had a pool. We're so fancy. It was his parents' house. His parents had a pool, and his parents knew that, like, we were throwing a party. They didn't actually mind because we told them the real purpose of it. I remember the only thing that Mikey's dad said was, just make sure. He was like, make sure nobody throws up on the carpet. That was it. And we're like, yes, sir. No vomit on carpet, sir. So, while they were hanging out in the pool and they were just drinking, they were just literally yapping and drinking. They were talking about anything. Eventually, though, we did notice that Travis was kind of pulling back a lot of the shots, a lot of the bottles and everything. Like, he was accumulating. So he was clearly drowning himself in alcohol. And we're like, and we all looked at each other. We're like, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. And this is where, remember Mark, he's like, for those who didn't hear the last story time, Mark is like our quote-unquote leader of the group. He still hates it when we call him that, but he is, and he has to deal with it. Mark started initiating the conversations, and we're like, hey, you know, Travis, how you been doing? Because now Travis is a little loose-lipped. And he's like, man, things has been really rough. I just haven't been okay. Like, he started slowly opening up to us. Like, very, very slowly started opening up to us. And we're like, and Mark turned to me and, like, the two other designated drivers gave us the thumbs up. We're like, okay, we need to disappear because the reason why, coincidentally, me and the other two designated drivers, we were all girls. And Travis, again, being raised old-fashioned by old-fashioned parents, he doesn't like to cry in front of girls. Even though we're friends, it still plays a part. So when Mark gave us like basically the signal, we disappeared. We literally disappeared because, like, okay, you know what? This is gonna be the bro moment. Every guy apparently, like, needs the bro moment where they just vent to other guys and not have any girls around. So me and the two other designated fairies, I'm gonna call them that because that's fucking hilarious, we disappeared. Well, we can kind of hear what was happening because me being nosy, I went to a room that still had, like, that had a window where facing the backyard where the pool was, so I can hear the conversation because I wanted to know what was happening. Yeah, I was being nosy. Don't worry, I wasn't the only one. There were some other people there too. Because we were all legitimately worried about Travis. So he started venting, saying, like, you know what, I haven't been fine. You know, ever since, you know, almost getting baby locked, and then my dad and my parents basically saying, you know, suck it up. It's like, whatever. I've just been so, like, everything's been so hard. Basically what Travis has been saying. Everything's been rough. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. You also be away for a week? Yo, have a nice break. But he started venting, started finally talking to the other guys, even to the point where he actually started crying. And we were like some kind of fucking weird ass like game show. We were celebrating within the room while we were eavesdropping on the story, saying, yes, finally, Travis is letting it all out. And he, like, it wasn't like ugly bawling laughing, but you can tell his voice started shaking. And according to Mark, he actually even had like a few tears come out. Like, he still refused to cry, but it was the most vulnerable he've ever seen Travis be. And we were all very happy that we at least managed to finally let him vent. Eventually, long story short, you know, after he did the little bro moment and he did cry a little bit, and they all hugged him out, hugged it out and everything. And he literally said, don't tell anybody I did this. And we're like, no, don't worry, bro. Nobody will know, even though everybody knows. The guys try to escort Travis to like an extra bedroom, which is hilariously the bedroom that we were all in. So when we say, here, let's take you to bed, when Mark said, let's take you to bed, buddy, we were like, oh shit, and we like fucking ran out of the room, tumbled on top of each other, because some of us were drunk, except for 3 of us designated drivers, so we tried to like run to a new room to pretend that we weren't fucking listening. It was the funniest shit. I remember that. I was like, god damn it, me and the other 2 designated drivers, we had to like drag people out of the way because to make it not obvious, but it worked out. And Travis went into the bed and then he just like slept. Luckily we did it on a weekend, so he didn't have to go to work. So even if he woke up with a hangover, it's like whatever, who cares? But he needed to vent. And and I asked Mark, like, do you think that will be enough? And Mark just said, I hope so. I really hope so. And the following day, Travis woke up and he basically said, hey, guys, thank you. That was it. That's all he said. He was just, hey, guys, thank you. And ever since then, his mood definitely improved. He actually opens his fucking windows to his apartment, so now it actually looks like a human being lives there. And he actually started cleaning up too, because like another reason why he kept the curtains closed was because he never really cleaned up. He didn't really clean the house. So it was kind of like dirty in there, but eventually he did actually cleaned up. He eventually moved on. And eventually too, Travis just started basically confiding into to Mark specifically to Mark. Like those 2 were always been close. So we weren't surprised that Travis would choose Mark as like the person that he'll just sit down and talk to. But he did realize that we were all in it. Eventually, like after a few days afterwards, he's like, you guys knew what happened, right? And of course, us trying to be like, no, we didn't know. He's like, shut the fuck up, you guys. I can guarantee you. He's like, I know you guys were in the bedroom eavesdropping because the bed was like so sloppily like fucking made. Cause yeah, in our dumbasses, we forgot to like tidy up the bed because there was a bed next to a window that was facing the backyard. There was no sliding door. It was just a window. And for some reason, the bed was against the wall next to it. So we were all sitting on this bed listening. But in our frantic state of trying to run away to make sure that Travis thought that we weren't listening in, he kind of saw the bed being fucked up. So he kind of put 2 and 2 together, and we were just like, bro, you're supposed to be wasted. How the fuck did you figure that shit out? He's like, I may be wasted, but I ain't stupid. And we're like, shit. But he didn't care afterwards. But either way, he still thanked us for, letting us or letting him vent to us. And like I said, he's the only one in these stories that actually did pretty well. Dan is still going through shit as well because of the whole controlling thing, especially, you know, the burning of his stuff. But he's a little bit more open to just talking. So it's so that one That won't take time because he's the more recent problem. Let's just put it that way. Travis, at least he's doing fine now. Like I said, married with a kid. Dream came true, essentially, because he always wanted to be a family man, but now he's not being like his dad and being super stoic. He's allowing himself to not only express if he has, you know, problems, but also because his little kid is a son. He's also letting his son express his feelings too, saying, you know, you don't have to bottle everything up. It's fine to just slow down and be sad. It's normal. We're humans. We're meant to feel emotion. So I'm like, oh, thank God. You're breaking the you're breaking the pattern here. So it was great. But just another story. It's just like where, you know, it's fine to guys out there, it's fine to feel emotions. Even if you can't do it in front of somebody, at least pick at least one person who you trust that you can just at least vent to, or at least slow down and accept the fact that, you know what, I am sad. Let me just think about it for a second. You know what I mean? I still hate the fact that Travis figured out that we're on that bed though. We're just like, what the fuck? You're supposed to be drunk. Why are you being astute about things? But like, whatever, man. He did have a point. It was pretty shittily made. So like, whatever. It was pretty shittily made, so like, whatever. Do I count? I do. But in the case where like Travis, he just doesn't want to, he doesn't want to vent to like a girl because that's how he was raised. Unfortunate, but what am I gonna do? Talk shit? I could, but that would betray his trust. But yeah.
Warning, an ad break is happening. We'll be back shortly.
But like I said, it's just a, what do you call it? It's just the old-fashioned way of him thinking. In my opinion, it doesn't matter the gender of the person as long as you trust them. As long as you know you can trust them enough to confide in, if that makes sense. It doesn't matter. Find someone that you trust, find someone that you know who will be supportive, and they'll be with you. Don't worry. And before anybody's like, oh, I want to burden somebody with my problems and everything. This is going to sound like an asshole thing to say, but I'm going to say it like this. It may be a big problem to you, but maybe it's not too big of a problem for them. And it's perfectly fine to just let them know what's ailing you. 9 times out of 10, having an outside perspective of something that's bothering you, or if something is, or if you're just feeling sad or depressed about anything, 9 times out of 10, they can find a way to cheer you up about it. I'm just saying. Need a certain perspective, I guess? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, sometimes just having a different perspective on things really makes you go, you know what, you're right. That makes sense. On another note, I really love the fact that I can see this EXP bar climbing up. Oh man, it's so good. So good. Small details are easier to focus on than huge ones? Yeah. But there you go. My 2 stories that helps relate to Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. As I mentioned before, men's mental health is just as important as any other and anyone else's. It's just unfortunately, because of societal pressure and norms, men aren't allowed to express their emotions as well. You're just loving the heavy conversation topic being accentuated by the goofy MapleStory graphics in the background. Welcome to my MapleStory streams, where this is how it is. I would do just a just chatting screen, or like stream, to have it be more appropriate. But ironically, I'm very bad at just sitting here talking. If that makes sense. I'm very bad at just sitting here talking. Like, I have to be busy doing something. Mabel's just chatting. Let's be real. True. True. You didn't know MapleStory is an incredibly serious and heavy game? Very true. MapleStory is a campfire. We sit around to hear stories. Exactly. As I mentioned before, I cannot just sit here and chat. I have to keep busy somehow. I don't know how folks can just do just chatting segments. I legitimately don't know how. Maybe I'm just not comfortable enough to just stand here and chat or sit here and chat. I don't know. I feel like I have to have like for me I have to be doing something. It has the same energy as that one police broadcast talking about felons with Minecraft playing in the bottom half. Oh no. Not the ADD's videos. That's ironic coming from a professional yapper. We all have our secrets. We all have our secrets. We all have our little secrets, so what can I say? Hey, look, a Moshwin. I'm surprised kind of how active this person is grinding. You can kind of get away with just, you know, standing there with the toggle on while occasionally attacking, but they probably don't have Janice unlocked, maybe. Let me see. Let me see. Let me be nosy. No, but nosy. Fuck, stop moving. Here we go. No, fuck. Come here. Shit. But grinding is inevitable? Grinding is inevitable. Like I said, put that in your Tinder profiles. Just saying. Maple therapy? But I feel like those stories were still important to tell, especially with the time of the month. Considering, as I mentioned, like I'll keep saying this in case somebody wants to be like, nee. Pride Month is important, but mental health, especially like men's mental health, is just as important in my opinion. You gotta have awareness about. You gotta have awareness on both things, especially since mental health plays a big role. I mean, come on. It can make or break somebody, literally, obviously. Has meninges, so it's also important. There you go. But as my previous rant, unfortunately, like a lot of these monthly celebration things become way so over commercialized that they kind of lost their true meaning. As I mentioned before, especially like in Pride Month, the first day of the Pride Month, there's rainbows and everything everywhere. By the time it's ended, where did it all go? I'm just saying. Why he jumping around so much since he has Janice? I don't know. I'm kind of wondering that too. Bro, you're a Mo Schwinn. Just use Dusk. And then your toggle. And just kind of do this, what he's doing, and you'll be fine. Just place, or what he could do is put Urda Shower here. He could put Urda Shower here. And then just stand here with Dusk and just have everything die. Like, actually, I can do that if I really wanted to. You know what? Let me experiment on that. This is because if I put this here and just stand here, yeah, it's just this AFK. Why is this Mo Schwinn moving so much? And he does the exact same placements as I do. Unless he's used to this kind of grinding. Like, I notice I do move a lot. I do move too much as a Kane because I'm used to grinding as a Kaiser. Looting, maybe? Maybe his summons don't- Maybe his summons don't one-shot. I think that's the main one. Oh, you know what? I was yapping so much, I kind of forgot about the familiars that I was working on. Oopsies. It's fine. Why are these months only for humans? Where's Husky Appreciation Week? We need more wildlife appreciation. Especially the Huskies. Those fucking... Hell yeah. I don't know though. We gotta be careful because we do have some... Well, actually, I don't. I have no idea. Is PETA still around? Is PETA still a thing? As far as I know, nobody trusts them anymore because they clearly just kill animals. So I don't know their story. They also damage the ecosystems as well. That's why PETA, like they're just a bunch of hypocrites. In my honest opinion, which I don't think it's a hot take whatsoever. But I'm just saying. Saving animals from themselves, exactly. Releasing caged animals in areas that never meant for them. How's it going? I'm taking dinner break from Refrain. Been farming reputation. Yo, hey, how's it going? It's going all right. You came back just in time for me to actually have like normal conversations rather than tell three very depressing stories. But it's fine. Grinding has never felt so good because of so many summons. Same. You know, I'll be honest with you. Hot take? Lukewarm take? Yeah, one of those. Kayn needs Janice. Grinding as a Kayn is rough without it. Like, legitimately rough without it. Which is why now with it, I'm more than willing to be like, yeah, I could stand here now. One of the worst? Yeah, it's one of the worst. I mean, this class is lucky that I actually like the core mechanics of it because, woo! You'll be knocked out in 30 minutes? Nah, less than that. Less than that. I can even spam it out if you want. Most of those 3 stories put a dead stop in your Warframe grind, not gonna lie. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But like I said, I told him mainly for the awareness of it all. That's really it. And like I've mentioned, I had permission to tell him. So it's all good. It's all good. PETA taking your pet to euthanize it? Oh god, I hated that. Like, they took a chihuahua and just fucking put it down because of whatever reason. Because they're against you having a pet? Essentially, it's like, why? But fuck off, mate. They're domesticated animals, and before they're like, you're not supposed to be domesticated. Fuck off. They caused more harm than good. So it's like, whatever. Cold take, what do you mean? True. Very, 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 very true. Hero needs Janice? I didn't know Hero needed Janice. Well, you know what? There's a lot of classes that needs Janice. Wait, does Guiding Arrow proc, I sure hope it does. No? Why? I kind of figured it wouldn't, I'll be honest with you. But why? Why not? It's so good. I know why it doesn't. It's too OP, then it will cause too much AFK. Blah, 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 blah. Insert stupid Maple Story reasons here. Same with Frenzy? Yeah, it's fine. PETA versus ATF PvPvE would be insane. Oh no! Oh no! No, I am kind of legitimately surprised that my level 1 Janus can one-shot. And let's see how bloodthirst. And let's see how fast blood diversity dies. Did they actually release all the cats? I mean, I do remember reading that there was like suddenly a huge increase of feral cats. Speaking of feral, no, mine's inside. Yeah. Yeah, I am very surprised on how often this Moshwin moves around, but you know what? It's like whatever. Oh. You know what's funny? Now that I'm thinking about the whole those whole stories, man, it really is rough when you don't have anybody to talk to when it comes to like just when things get rough, especially since the first instinct a lot of people do is to shut themselves off. Which is funny because no matter how much awareness, I guess you can say, of mental health you can have, no matter what, there's always going to be folks out there who will still shut themselves off because they will always feel alone. There's nothing you can do about it. There's always so many ways for you to open up to other people, seek therapy, you know, or even help groups or anything. But that feeling of just constantly feeling alone, I suppose is the best way to put it, is a inevitability, I suppose. It's like Thanos. It's inevitable. It's always going to be there, no matter what. But we humans are very complicated creatures, that is for sure. That's why I like to be, that's why, you know, sometimes having a life of a small dog or a cat, you know, just lay around and sleep for 14 hours a day, especially if you're in a good home, man, that's the life. When the only worry you have is if you're gonna get your favorite food today or not. Ain't that right, Pupper? I got like the laziest side look I've ever seen from my dog. My dog is laying next to me. She's not even a small dog. She's a big dog. And when I say, is that right, Pupper? And I looked at her, she just like, her tail barely lifted for a wag. And that was it. She didn't even bother lifting her head to look towards my direction. She's just like, what? Oh, man. Well, how dare. I feel like that would get boring. Yeah, but you're a pet. It'll be fine. You know what? Let me see this Mosh one. Because he really is moving a lot. Oh, he's only 12 mil combat power. Okay, that makes sense then. Okay, okay, okay. You know what? Him moving around like this makes sense then. He doesn't have a lot to his name. And he has level 6 Janus. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's level 6 Janus. So his Janus should be able to one-shot, but maybe, you know what? Levels doesn't really matter. Maybe not. Who knows? I'm just not used to seeing Moshwins move a lot. That's the thing though. Like every time I see one, they're literally just standing in one spot and you'll just see a kick fly out every once in a while. Like it's so silly. Yeah, he's just a grinder. He's just a grinder at heart. He's just used to it probably, like I mentioned before. Actually, speaking of Janus, what level can I level mine up? Oh, I can. Ugh, I won't though. I should, but I don't want to. You know what I mean? Like, I also want to get level 10 Janus on this character, but I want to work on... I want to work on... Because I have an order of operations to go through. I want to get this up to level 6. This can be level 4. It's fine. And then I'm going to start slowly unlocking these. Like, that's the order of... That's the order of which things are going to happen. Because masteries on Kayn are more important than the boost nodes. Can't imagine moving to grind. Especially with this, especially with that kind of movement that they're doing. Like, I'm used to moving for grind while grinding in Kaiser problems, but not like what they're doing. Oh yeah, let me, wait. Oh, you're not even, oh. What about you? Oh, okay, nah, that's fine. I have familiars that I can leak into, so it's fine. Maybe he just got the zoomies? Clearly. Bro actually plays Warframe, so he's just used to moving a lot while grinding. Gotta be it. Gotta be it. Has to be it, because good lord. I mean, this is the most movement I can do if I actually just, you know, do it correctly. And it's nice. And it's nice. Can't wait to Lazy Farm Adina Adventure Dream Burn. Nice. I'm curious about Challenger World, I'll be honest with you. I kind of want to see... I've never been to a Challenger World, so I don't know what to expect when I will, because I do want to go in there and actually make characters in there. You ready to Xenon it up? Probably going to do it in Challenger. You know, I'm actually been tempted, more and more tempted to make a Xenon. I will be honest with you. Xenon has been more and more tempting to make because of just how stupid their burst looks like. You're gonna make a Phantom in Challenger World? Oh my god, why would you do this? Why? You know what? Speaking of Challenger World, legitimately, I kind of do wish there will be some people from Chronos changing to Hyperion. And if they can confirm if you can switch over the Legion blocks. Cuz like I said, I would not mind switching over to Hyperion. If you can have those Legion blocks. If not, I'm going to be very, very sad. Yeah, I know it's gonna be like, oh, but it's not fair for the Chronos people or for the Hyperion people. I don't give a shit. I got those items fair and square. I want to keep them in my account. God damn it. You're thinking about moving? I'm legitimately am too. The only thing that would be kind of sucky is, you know, obviously I have a team. Like a Kalos and Calling team and everything, because that's how I'm obviously getting my Eternals. But like, I kind of just want empty maps. Okay, empty maps is not only the reason. I guess this is just a me thing. I've always preferred to play in emptier servers. If I played MapleStory, if I started playing MapleStory when Hyperion first came out, like I'm like new to MapleStory, then I would have picked Hyperion instead of being in Chronos. But that's not how that worked. I played way even before Reboot was a thing. We won't be able to do party shit until the winter. It's fine. You guys can. If you can't find a replacement for a shitty Kaiser, then that's an issue. Don't worry, I'm not. It's tempting, but I just want to confirm some things if I will lose some things or not. That's it. I'm not actually going to be switching immediately. I hope it would remember those Legion blocks. I hope so too, but this is Nexon. Alright. As I mentioned before yesterday, we Maplers are so fucking cooked that we're so excited for normal-ass quality of life changes that other MMOs had since the beginning. So, like... just saying. Universal Cash Shop soon? I really hope we do have one. I really hope we do get one. Get it. I don't see why we wouldn't, but I won't be surprised if we don't get it. If that makes sense. I'll be very sorry people would riot. Oh yeah, people would riot. But... who knows? I mean, I'm already slightly rioting over the Star Force changes, honestly. I don't like the new Star Force changes that they want to implement. I honestly really don't like it. People can defend it all they want. I personally don't like the fact that it's just an increased chance of booming and more mesos to be spent. They're so desperate for meso syncing when just progressing is a huge meso sync in itself. Increase or back down to 12 stars? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if the compromise of the whole thing is that we get like MapleStory's M star forcing system, that the item is still usable, but you just can't work on it until you get until you get the until you revive it with the real item, that's perfectly fine. Then I'll be like, you know what? Then I'll work on cubing and then flaming then on it first, and then I'll Star Force. Then that's fine. I don't mind. I legitimately do not mind that method. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, yeah, sure, we have a MapleStory M character coming to the main game, but that doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean it's gonna confirm that we're gonna start implementing one game to another. Nah, that's just pure. That just happens to be. Give us more checkpoints. Give us more spares. I understand, like, oh, just run Commercy if you want more spares. I mean, at least you're getting a guaranteed item. Yeah, you're right. You're very right, and it's true. Run more Commercy if you want more spares and guarantee something. Oh yeah, I'm not stupid enough to say yeah. No, you're right. But I'm also gonna say yeah because I also want pitchies. I also want pitchies. Give me my goddamn pitchies. God damn it. Boom at 21 goes all the way back to 20 instead of 12. I agree. Have the checkpoint like actually means something. Why does it have to be 12? 12 makes it feel so shitty. Especially since sometimes going from 14 to 15 is so dog shit. There you go. Will only be event after the changes. I mean, as somebody who really only Star Forces on event, that's not a big that's not a big deal for me. Personally, it's not a big deal for me if it's just event only. But they have to have the events more often, because then that's really stagnating a lot of people's growth. You know what I mean? If it's gonna end up being like technically it's only gonna be event only because of just how the Star Force is gonna be, give us more of the events more often. Because that's gonna be a lot of people stagnating or just simply just waiting for a while. You have it every 2 weeks on top of that. Yeah, see, that's fine. If it's every 2 weeks, honestly, that's fine. That's honestly really fine. Will it suck? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, ain't no one arguing that, but it's better than nothing. The success to boom chance is way too big. Like I said, I don't like the Star Forcing changes whatsoever. I really don't like them. I really don't. It doesn't... I'll just say it. It sucks. I don't care what, legitimately, even if you tell me the more, what do you call it? The more, not realistic, the more logical way to explain why this is it. It's like, it's not too big of a deal. And honestly, I will understand where you're coming from. But it sucks. Star Forcing is also just a sucky fucking system anyways. In my opinion, the way the way we progress strength like power wise is also just a shitty system anyways. So like whatever. Whatever. Give me MapleStory and SF and I'll be happy? That would be a good compromise. Honestly, that would be a pretty decent compromise. Or make pitch not 1% drop rate. You know what's funny? I don't know why I have a sinking feeling that it's not 1%. It's actually... sometimes I feel like it's lower because, good lord, the fact that some people can go like years without seeing a pitchy drop, it's kind of ridiculous, but I think that's just me. I mean, I will always stand by that there should be some kind of pity system for getting drops. Either let us grind the boss, just let the boss crystal drop once, just once. and other stuff have it maybe drop other things too, sure. But have us repeatedly beat up the boss until the pitchy drops. That's it. I don't see anything wrong with that, personally. So you're not sure how bad it is? It's pretty bad. To put it simply, it's pretty bad. Like, I know somebody who has been dry on a source for, what was it? 3 years? 2 years? It's been years. 6 years. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, I know somebody who's been dry on a source of suffering pitchy for years. Okay. I've been dry on the book, which is supposed to be the easiest one, one of the easier ones to get, along with what you call it, Emblem. And I've been dry on that for 4 months, 5 months now? A while. So I still don't have that. Another person who's been dry of the Emblem for just as long. I'm just saying, man, it's bad. What makes it feel worse, though, is the fact that you can only run those bosses once a week. That's why I'm saying, like, okay, keep the drop rate the same, sure, but at least have us farm the bosses. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you know what? Let me just beat up Will over and over and over until I get a book. That's like, and that's it. Rather than just, oh, you beat the boss once a week. Shit, it didn't drop. Let me wait again next week. And then another week. And then another week. Over and over and over. So either they keep the same system of the bosses be weekly, and give us some form of like pity system for us to at least guarantee a drop eventually. And it can be a while. Let us keep fighting a boss for like maybe 2, maybe even 3 months, and we still don't have it. And then it will eventually drop a token, be like, hey, you've been doing this boss for this long. Here it is. Here is the item that you've been looking for. And then that's it. Or have it like drop like a fragment of the item or something, and then you turn in like 10, 20 of those pieces, and now you have it. It's still gonna take a while to get the item, but at least there's a way for you to guarantee it. That would be great. Again, I understand that pitchies aren't necessary for endgame content, but it still feels really shit when you don't have the items. It feels really shitty when you don't have the items. It feels so bad because you're like, God damn, I see these people with 7 set, even 5 set pitchies, and I'm walking around with 2. And I even have more than some folks. Some folks don't have none. They have none. RFS for demon mains? Exactly. Star Forcing it makes it worse, right? Yeah, because Star Forcing, you can destroy the item. Here's a fun fact for if there's any Warframe players who's watching me. Your items can be destroyed. And the only way to get it back is to get another copy. Sheesh. For heroic, it makes sense. For regular servers, it'll be really bad. At this point... Alright, here's my hot take. At this point, just get rid of the regular servers in the GMS side. Not because, fuck them, they're the reason why everything's complicated. They're so much smaller compared to Reboot. They're so much smaller compared to the Reboot side. There's no way the regular servers are making more money than the Reboot players. Maybe they are. Maybe they are. But population-wise, because with how regular servers work, maybe they are. But with just out of pure population and how many people are MVP Reds and shit in Reboot, I can't see it. I legitimately can't see how regular servers are making more money than than reboots. I legitimately cannot see it. But maybe somebody who's like 1,000 times smarter than me can probably tell me. Because I'm certainly not there. But that's just my very, 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 very hot opinion. Very unpopular one too. There may be more people in the in reboot, but there are some people who are a regular server player through and through. I'm not selling this game to you right now and you're a week in? That's your problem. I'm not sponsored by Nexon. I play this game simply because it's my childhood game. And I'm fucked. I mean, in order here, you want me to sell MapleStory? You want me to sell MapleStory? It's a genuinely still a fun game. It's a cute, fun little game where you can just sit down and grind and spend time just having a good old time. You can legitimately just sit down, just play, just do like a mindless play, and just honestly, like I said, just have a good old time. Especially if you manage to make friends in the game, or you just know people who play it, it's even more enjoyable. Honestly, it is definitely in that aspect, and it's a unique MMO in the terms of that it's not like a typical 3D MMO or anything. It's a 2D side-scrolling action MMO. That's like, there's not that many out there. There are some, but there's not that many out there, so it definitely looks unique, and it really sells into the power fantasy that some people like. What I mean by power fantasy? Bro, I'm literally doing billions of damage. Billions and millions of damage. Okay, like that's the power fantasy. You just become stronger and stronger and stronger. And then, like, if you're a little loop goblin, look at all the shit that you can pick up too. Like, there is pretty decent selling points. Also, then there's the nostalgia of the whole thing, because MapleStory is now 20 years old. It's an old game. Literally found you because you play both the same games that you at the moment. You have 4,000 hours in Warframe and you're trying to break your daily story spells and get serious. That's understandable. Though hilariously, I am getting burnt out from MapleStory. I'm kind of knee deep in like burnout and Maple right now. So honestly, playing a different class. Well, I guess I shouldn't say Maple. Maybe it's just burnout of my main at the moment, because now he's 285. He still has a lot of work to do, but it's like pulling teeth in trying to play my class right now. I love Kaiser. I will never quit him. He will always be my main. But the push I did to become 285, which requires a lot of experience, mind you, and I'm still not done with like gearing him up and everything, really takes a toll after a while, because you're just like, man, I want to do something else, because I've been doing the same thing over and over and over and over. Legion Champ Prep, that's pretty much what I'm doing. Like, this character here, my Kane, I call him my secondary main, because he is, well, mainly, one, he's the strongest character. He's the second strongest character I have. And then two, he's living. And then three, I honestly really enjoy playing Kane. Like, he is I genuinely enjoy his play style because he's a burst class. He's the complete opposite of what my main is, which is a DPM class. But and yeah, I need to work on Legion champs. So that's basically what I'm doing. I'm basically working on Legion champions because I need more bossy mules. Despite me playing this game since who is my oldest character? You know what? Hold on. Genuinely, who is my oldest character? I think it's you. I think it's you. Let me see. I've been playing this game even far beyond Reboot, but I remember when I first started Reboot, I did make a few characters, and I don't remember who was one of my firsts. Because believe it or not, Kaiser wasn't the first character I made. Which is surprising because I've been maining him for 10 years. I've been maining him for 10 years. I think it is 2015. Yeah, I think it is 2015. But either way, like, I've been maining that class for that long. After 285 push on your Cadena, you took your 4 months to do another WAP on it, so you feel that burnout too? Yeah. It's a very real burnout. And like I mentioned before, it's not like I hate my class all of a sudden. I still adore my Kaiser. I'm just tired of playing it. Damn you, old sorry. I never said I was young. Bro, really do be like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you're old. Oh, fucking, I never said I was young. You've main swapped 5 times? Like I'll never main swap. I adore Kaiser. I really love Kaiser. I love the aesthetics of him. I like the transformation, all that good stuff. Like, he is the class that I've always wanted to like he is the class I've always wanted to play. When it comes to, like, when Dragon Knight was out, even though I barely played it, I did have a good time on it. But I was sad when it was gone. And when they introduced Kaiser, which was a literal Dragon Knight, I was like, perfect. There it is. The transformation, the gameplay, the teleporting. Like, I love everything about it. But good fucking lord. You thought I was? Bro, I'm like in my 30s, man. I was never shy to say that I'm in my 30s. So if you assumed I was like 25 or something, first of all, thank you. I'll take that compliment. Second of all, nah, I'm old. I'm fucking old, man. Yay, my 30s people? Yeah, that is... Nah, I'm fucking old. The Fine Wine Club, hell yeah. Hell yeah. And before anybody was like, aren't you too old to start streaming? You know, most people start streaming when they're in their 20s. Bro, I wasn't even allowed to fucking do anything I wanted to do because I was living with my parents and they had me focus on my career the whole time. They didn't even, like, my parents didn't even, like, they hated the fact that I played video games as a fucking hobby. I had to go to uni and go to work. And not only that, my work was grave shift while going to uni. Yeah, nah, I can't. 30 is old shit. There's legitimately people who thinks that 30 is old. I'm just like, hold on, let me grab my fucking crutches. Hold on, let me go grab my fucking crutches. 23, 24-ish, you thought? Again, thank you. I appreciate it. I never hid the fact that I never hid the fact that I was old though, because I did say back in my uni days. Back in my day. Old man yelling at clouds. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Just like old man Sid from 7. Hell yeah. Hey, that guy was cool, man. That guy was cool. But, what was I saying? Oh, look. Like, honestly, grinding on the... First of all, grinding on the cane is like a big relief because at least it's a new class. Second of all, look at the EXP bar actually going up. I was at 60% and now I'm at 90. And I still didn't grind efficiently because I forgot that I had VIP boosters. Oh my god, thank you for the... Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! And for the hype train. Oh my god, thank you so much! I appreciate it, thank you! You refuse to listen to people who won't be legally allowed to drink until 2030? Get out of here with that how it was living in the 1900s crap. Oh, that's so good. True. True. Very, very true. Also, I forgot to do my dailies while I was doing all of that. Boy, I feel stupid. Let me just do my dailies. I'm not even gonna bother popping anything. I'm just doing my dailies here. People talk about the old internet. Fools! I was born by it. Molded by it. Actually, I wasn't born by the old internet. Jesus Christ, I would have been more corrupted than normal. I would have been more corrupted than normal. You might have to let your MVP expire. You have 22 more. Sheesh. Give me some. You're haunted by dial-up beeps? Fucking same. Like, unironically, every time I hear that good old-fashioned dial-up tone, I'm just like, man, I remember trying to log into the internet. I would literally get up from the computer, like legitimately go either make a sandwich, grab a snack, use the restroom, just literally do anything, come back, and now the web page is barely loading still. And I'm like, oh, I'm almost there. Same thing when you're first booting up the computer. You're first booting up that fucking computer and you're like, all right, let me plan ahead. Let me turn this on. Let me go do what I need to do first, like do some fucking chores and everything, and then I come back and the computer's ready for me. Windows 98, hell yeah. And then your mom decided to make a phone call. Oh, that's so good. True. You certainly do remember Nokia phones? Those indestructible little bricks? Hell yeah, I unironically had one. Unironically, I had one. And yes, it still works. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you.
Your support means a lot.
I really appreciate it. I appreciate it. I said it twice, but I do. The 80s and 90s were your best year. Were the best years in my opinion. Ooh, you want to know you want to hear a hot take? You want to hear the most old person hot take ever? Music was better back then. There you go. Rock music specifically. I'm gonna say this. Rock music, like the rock band ballads were like peak. I fucking enjoyed those. I didn't exist while they were happening, but my dad was like knee deep in that music, and I enjoyed listening to them while growing up. It was great. But again, I have a bit of a music bias considering that I do prefer rock. like heavy metal and all of them too. Like, don't worry, I don't discriminate all of those. But I guess just the rock genre in general, which was the originator for a lot of things, to be fair. I just don't play it on stream because YouTube will be like, shame on you. You can't be playing music like that here. It's illegal. And I'll just be like, okay. There's a reason why we still hear 80s and 2000 rock and current day modern rock stations. True! I love this, like, rock station, like 92.7 modern rock, and they're always playing shit from like way back then. It's just like, what happened? Where's the new shit? Where did it go? Thank you for the hype train. Wow, what an emote. What an emote I just got. Wow. That's an emote. This is beautiful. Yeah, so the Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, Metallica, the Four Horsemen from the time we were in the crib had totally no effect on my upbringing whatsoever. Totally not. Totally not. I totally didn't have Journey, Eagles, Queens, AC/DC, Guns N' Roses, Aerosmith. I didn't have any of those growing up either. Totally did not. Totally did not. Nah, totally did not. Oh, and also the Beatles. My dad was a huge fan of the Beatles. I'm sorry, Dad. I don't like the Beatles. I don't like them. They're so overrated. Ooh, my dad will be so sad to hear me say that, but they are. But they legitimately are. They're overrated. I don't like their music. I really don't. I got tired. Well, maybe because I got tired of them real quick. But oh boy, I just did not. I just did not like them very quickly. Unfollow, unsubscribe. Oh no, wait. You are not the Walrus or the Eggman. I know. I'm sorry. I'm neither. Cuckoo Cuckoo. Hilariously, I do know a lot of Beatles songs for obvious reasons, but either way. Mind you, though, there are some songs I do like from the Beatles. I know I can't deny it, and it's the classic good ones like Let It. Well, actually, I think Let It Be is John McCartney, George McCartney, John McCartney, Paul McCartney. I combined John Lennon and Paul McCartney into John McCartney. You know what? To be fair, the Beatles were just the two of them. You cannot deny it. The Beatles were literally just the two of them for a while. Those two feuded over music. And y'all know that. I literally combined John Lennon and Paul McCartney into one human being. Fusion hop, exactly. Don't get me started on Yoko Ono. Don't even get me started. No, legitimately, like... You know what's funny, though? She wasn't, like, the cause of their downfall, but she didn't help, either. There was a whole Beatle documentary that I watched with my pops one day, and he was so enthralled by it. But even the documentary, he didn't believe a lot of the stuff that he said, because like, that's bullshit. There's no way that happened. I'm just like, Dad, it's a documentary with like stuff by the Beatles themselves. Like, I don't think they will lie, but you know how you know how folks can be. Oh. Yoko, oh no. Hey, you think you're taking a break from mules and grinding? Completely understandable. Enjoy your break. Enjoy it. Team Rolling Stones? Rolling Stones is not bad, honestly. With Elvis, she refuses to believe he died from a drug overdose on a toilet. That's the thing. When you're like a huge fan of something, you don't want them to like go down like disgracefully, I suppose. I don't know. I'm just like, look, whatever. It's in the past anyways. Fucking Ringo Starr. Nobody remembers Ringo, apparently. Poor bloke. Oh, there's a reason, I suppose. Did you know? You want to know a random fun fact about Ringo Starr? Did you know he sells art that is made, and one, did you know he sells art? And two, his art is made in Microsoft Paint. And three, it's actually, there's a reason why they say art is subjective. Let's just put it that way. Let's just put it that way. Because it's literally sometimes just a self-portrait of him and a very shitty squiggle of him saying, of him signing saying Ringo. Oh, restores large amount of MP. Again, I have another one of these? These don't stack, do they? Now I have 2 large MP and HP healing, but I don't think they stack. I don't think they stack, so that's unfortunate. That's a waste. They stack? Oh, okay. Disgracefully, my man went down fighting for his life. Did you hear Elvis's diet? I have heard, actually. That is true. Now, you know what? That's true. That's true. Bro literally lived on... What? Oh, God, what was it called? It was a fried peanut butter and jelly with bananas? No, wait, did it have jelly? I know it was fried, and I think it had bacon in it too. Like, it was so unbelievably unhealthy. No, it was good. It is good.
An ad break is happening. We'll be back shortly.
It is legitimately good, but the problem is that he ate it like every fucking day. That's the problem. That's why it was like, it probably killed him more than anything. Firmly, that Elvis died due to choking on a peanut butter jelly sandwich on the toilet. At least it's on the toilet. At least. God forbid he enjoys his favorite meal every day until he dies. Ironically, it wasn't really the cause of his death, unless you want to believe it was, then sure. Unless you want to believe it is, then sure. It could be. The poor guy though, the poor guy. Wait, did I run bosses on my other characters? You know what? Let me check on that before anything. Maybe I can run a quick boss. Dude, let me go to my 3rd strongest character, which is this Dawn Warrior. I mean, it's a good sandwich, it's just not an everyday thing. Exactly. Have some tea with it at least. That's right. But nah, bro ate very unhealthily until the day he died. But you know what? The sandwich didn't kill him though, which is surprising. The sandwich didn't kill him. Oh, I need to run bosses on these guys. Oh. Okay. I guess I'll run baby bosses for an hour. That's fine. You wanna know what's funny? This class is the 2nd or the 3rd strongest class in my account. And his combat power is around here. I really need to work on mules, man. I really need to get this Legion champion going. Because, oh boy. Because, oh boy, it is rough. You know what's funny? After talking about Elvis's fucking sandwich, that peanut butter sandwich, I'm craving donuts now. And you know, and like the donut place next to me, they were selling a specific kind of donut. It's called, what was it called? Dubai chocolate donut. I don't know what made it Dubai-ish other than like the pistachio and the crumble and the fried noodles crumbly things on the top, but it was fucking delicious. I had it once and I was like, I can see it. I can definitely see it. Does this character have presets? Now that I think about it. Do you have presets? No. Okay. Time for me to set up presets. I'd rather die shitting than live kneeling. Oh my god. Do they have a maple bacon donut? As a professional Canadian, that's my personal recommendation. They do. And it's very good. You know what's funny though? If I have to go with a classic donut, I actually just enjoy a maple bar. That is legitimately my favorite, is just a simple maple bar. That is my favorite type of donut. If I go to a place and they don't have any of those fancy schmancy donuts, I am so down for just a simple maple donut. So down. What's a maple bar? It's like a it's a donut with a maple glaze on top. Like maple cream? No. It's not normal. It doesn't actually have like cream. It's not a stuffed. It's just it has a maple glaze on it. Yeah, that's it. It's really, really good. Very, very plain. But sometimes it just have, or powdered donuts. I do not mind risking looking like a fucking crackhead for powdered donuts. I do not mind risking looking like a fucking crackhead for a powdered donut. Yeah, donuts. Yeah, they're so good. They're so good. I haven't had one in like fucking years. Every time I want one, I immediately think, no, don't. I'm gonna regret just eating one, and I never buy them. Has cream cheese frosting filled donuts? Yo. Damn, that sounds so good. Okay, bye. I'm out. Let me know when the food is in topic. Quickly, let's talk about more food. Quickly, talk about more food. Just out of spite. Okay, I think this will work, right? Is your favorite donut? Ah, that sounds good, actually. Which pizza is the best pizza? Margarita. There you go. it's just a margarita pizza. That's about it. He's bored out of his mind, has been thinking about starting a donut shop type thing. I tell him it's a terrible idea. Aw, I don't, yeah. I was gonna say, why don't you let your dad do his dream, but starting a business is hard, to be fair. And like, especially like donut places, for some reason, they're kind of niche, considering that, you have to serve more than just donuts. Let me ask the forbidden question. Thoughts on Hawaiian pizza? I like it. Pineapple belongs on pizza. If you do not like pineapple, that's a you problem, not mine. More for me. There you go. There's my hot take. It's just more for me. I consume pizza. I know, I found the correct streamer. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Look, I'm just saying, all right? You can hate on pineapple pizza. It's just more for me. You can always have the incorrect opinion, okay? It's like one of those better cost-wise businesses. I don't think he just got it in him. He's not really the creative type or clean. You know what? That's understandable. Legitimately, that's fair enough. You know what? That's honestly fair enough. You know what? We can have a little. You know what? Let's take a food break. Nah, I was gonna say. You know what? We can have a food break because I can just munch on something, but it's fine. Look up cheesecake stuffed baked donuts. It's your personal donut. Okay. Okay. Alright, hold on. Hold on. We're doing this. Oh my god, that is your favorite type of donut? Oh, dude. That will give me a fucking... I can feel the diabetes setting in. But this looks so good. This looks so good. Oh my god, look at that. I can taste it. Oh man, this is so good. Try jalapeno with your Hawaiian pizza. It's life-changing. Bro, that actually sounds really good. Jalapeno on a Hawaiian pizza? Dude, that actually sounds really good. I'll do that. I'll honestly... Oh my god, look at this! Look at this! Can you scroll through the images? I think I can. I can only do it through here. Oh wait, over here? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oops, I fucked up. Look at that. Good. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god, donuts! Donuts! Spicy sweet is always awesome. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm gonna grab my insulin looking at this. I'm getting secondhand carbs, but it's good. Of course, this is something that you can eat every once in a while. Bro, look at this one. Spicy sweet is your jam? Hell yeah. You know what? Good taste. Bro looking like he's having a fucking good old time. Oh, y'all can't see him, but he's looking like he's having a good old time. Alright, that's enough. Alright, that's enough. That's enough. There you go. Welcome to the life of someone related to a professional pastry maker. You get to taste test stuff. Oh, that's so cool. No, hold on. That's actually genuinely pretty cool. Man. Too bad your waistline probably hates you for that, though. Unironically. Oh, abilities one. There you go. Link skills is 2. Hotkey not selected. Hypersats is 2. Oh, Hypersats is there. Why it's making me spend money? My ability is at 1. Legion is at 2. Link skills is at 2. Hotkeys is not selected. Okay. Wait. Why did it go to Hypersats 1? I'm going to Hypersats 2. Whatever. I'll just do this manually. Boom. There you go. Doesn't matter to me. I'm gonna head the Stairmaster in an extra 30 minutes just because of this stream. Hey, look. It's fine. Dieting the past 30 is like a strip club. You can look, you can't touch or put anything on in your mouth. Damn, that's accurate, but true. Very, very true. You wanna know what's funny? Every time, like, I read about diets, they always say, don't eat white rice. It is the worst thing for you to ever consume. You shouldn't have white rice. And I'm just like, fuck you. I'm gonna eat my white rice as much as I want. I am too fucking Asian to not have it. Like, go home. What do you mean? It's so very silly. You're so It was born by the rice, molded by it. Even like I needs it. I needs it. It has a problem. Rice powered machine. Imagine the friction of two thighs colliding, stretch marks festering. Oh my god. Woo. But it's okay. It's okay. Remember this. Remember this though. This is like a somewhat a genuine advice for those who are going on a diet, or just want to eat healthier. Don't think about what you can subtract. Think about what you can add. So if you want to, so if you want to eat, like, for example, if you want to eat like a grilled cheese sandwich, don't just make a simple grilled cheese just packed with a tons of cheeses. See if you can add avocado to it. That's not going to be a bad idea. Or add some veg somewhere as a side. Don't just have a grilled cheese sandwich and then that's it. Same thing with ramen. If you're going to eat instant ramen, sure, but add something more to it. Add an egg. Add bok choy if you really wanted to. I mean, that works. Add tofu to add a bit more of a protein. If you want to eat popcorn, sure, you can eat popcorn. But also, if you want more fiber, you can add some chickpeas to it, or even some roasted pineapple seeds, pumpkin seeds. There's so many ways for you to actually eat good without totally subtracting everything from it. Add another ramen, exactly. You gotta panini press for the exact reason? That's it. Your 900 calorie salad last night screaming at you. First, fried rice is good, although fresh hot rice is bad. Chill a little and it becomes better for digesting glycemic index and calories. Or don't be weak. Consume hot rice. What doesn't break you make you stronger. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Honestly, when it comes to rice, I just consume it. I don't care about any of the repercussions of it. However, if for some reason eating rice does upset your stomach, first of all, weak. But, yeah, eating hot rice does actually fuck up some people's stomachs. That has been shown before. So be careful on that. Just make... Also... brown rice isn't healthier than white rice. It's just harder to digest, which is why people consider it fucking healthier. It's really not. Just because it's more complicated to digest, it doesn't mean it's better for you. That's not how that works. No. No, you go home with that. What is this non-Asian propaganda? Exactly. Man, now you want some jasmine rice things? You're welcome. Also, I have a 60-pound bag of jasmine rice. That's how much rice I eat. Every day. I'm fucking Asian as fuck, dude. With a Spanish accent. Sometimes. Make that what you will. Make that what you will. First of all, me when I meet a lactose intolerant person. True. Weak. I did not realize your genes were weak. You mix different grains in your rice or beans when you cook it. Actually, adding like quinoa to rice is not a bad idea, to be fair. Quinoa and chia seeds. If you want to add a little bit more fiber to the rice and not just have it plain, not a bad idea, to be fair. Must be Filipino? Shh. Shh. No. No, nah. Nice, nah. Nice, I don't know what you mean, nah. It's fine. Where the fuck is Showa Town? Why is this one the annoying one to find every once in a while? There it is. Chicken soup, who are you? Exactly. Now I need the arroz caldo during the cold season. Chicken soup, who are you? Dude. A good arroz caldo is so good. Though I put like extra fucking garlic in mine because I prefer to like murder somebody with the sheer power of my breath. I'll be honest with you, it's funnier that way. I mean, you want to know what's funny about being lactose intolerant? Apparently, I don't know if this is true, but apparently that's normal. The ability to break down lactose is actually like a mutant gene. Also, I just realized who is this real ass motherfucker in these walls here in Showa Town? Who is this actual person here? What the fuck is going on here? I just why is there an actual human in my... What? This must be a reference to something because that is like that is a real person just slapped onto these images here. Fried garlic and green onions on top, enough said. Hell yeah, that's the only way to do it. Always have green onions with everything. Green onions equal flavor. Take that. Take that, chefs. Humans are like the only animals that consume milk after maturing. Like, we're freaky ass motherfuckers. True. But milk, I like milk though. That's the hilarious thing. I genuinely do like milk. It is kind of weird how we are the only creatures who can still consumes the damn things, but whatever, we're humans. We're also barbaric to the point that we combine the parent and the, like, we combine both a grown chicken and a non-birth chicken into one thing. Like, that's kind of mean, okay? We literally bathe the dead parents in their children for consumption. Take that what you will. Take that what you will. I mean, if the egg's not fertilized, it's chill. The statement still stands, though. Well, to be fair, there are some cultures that eat fertilized eggs. So there's that. There is that. I know it's the exact parent of the child I cook. If you have your own farm and your own chickens, and that is so funny to think about that you literally know which chicken it came out of. You're like, yes, I must cook you with your child. Oh no. Think she wouldn't be laying so many damn eggs? You're not wrong. Honestly, you're definitely not wrong indeed. Not our fault. That's for sure. All right, shitty and Lomian time. Let's go. Does that guy in the background count as an anime poster or a 4D monstrosity? Yes. I will not elaborate further. Hence just reach an age where they don't produce enough to make it worth it, and I will process myself and quickly and cleanly respect to the animal. Honestly, I've always find it weird. Maybe I think this is just a cultural thing. I always find it weird how there's some parts of the animal that we just simply don't eat that is completely fine to eat, if that makes sense. Like for oh my god, I'm DDRing. Like for example, let's go with like lobsters and crabs. Okay, let's go with lobsters and crabs. You can eat more than just the legs and the claws. If you break open the head and you see the little brain stuff, that's actually not bad. The miso, it's really not bad at all. It tastes really good, but people are scared of it because, you know, it's brains. It's like, ew, I don't want to eat brains. That's disgusting. Oh my god. I feel like most Asians eat the organs. I do. I mean, my favorite dish is a Filipino dish where you just, oh, I forgot to get like Legion and drop and stuff. Oh no, I'm throwing. It's okay. Oh well. I keep forgetting about that. I can't believe I forgot even the serums and the legions. Oh my god, I'm throwing. Can't believe I've done this. Hold on. There you go. Sheesh. How embarrassing. Anyways, where is Lotus? There you are. Which has so many uses. You go with an extremely old-fashioned upbringing, meaning that when we hunt something, nothing is wasted. Not even like the 80 pounds. That makes sense. Because in my opinion, if you waste something, that's kind of disrespectful to the animal that was hunted, you know what I mean? Bake the shells and dry them so you can blend them into a powder which has so many uses. Oh, that's interesting. That's cool. Yeah. Gut stew is a thing? Oh, I know it's this thing. Same thing. It's like, it reminds me of like a blood sausage. essentially. Like I think most cultures has like a stew or like a dish that basically like consists of just the stuff people don't normally eat or normally don't want to eat. So they just kind of like combine it into one big old thing and just be like, all right, that's fine. No. Dinaguan, I love my blood intestine soup. That's my favorite dish. That's exactly my favorite dish. Man, I actually have a place that sells it, but they sell it on occasion because it's obviously not very popular for like what I will say the modern folk. Oh, okay. Then I'll go down here then. Okay. Hello. 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 With enough vinegar and garlic, anything is edible. I mean, I feel like that's like 99% of the Filipino dishes. With enough vinegar and garlic, anything is edible. And soy sauce. And soy sauce, to be fair. You also have to put soy sauce in a lot of things. But it's still true in the end of the day. It's still very true. This is torture? Then look forward to dinner. Easy. Easy. And just add chili oil to everything. God. Woo. No. Stop it. No. Oh my god. Get a barbecue with salmon. A salmon you caught? Ooh, a salmon. Yo, grilled fish sounds really good. Really, really good. You know, even though I talk about food, you want to know what's funny? I hesitate to call myself, like, a foodie or anything because I have such a trash bin-like taste bud, meaning that as long as it's good, I'll eat it. I'm not one of those, and there's a hint of hazelnut and a little bit of I can't think of anything that's pretentious. And a little bit of cinnamon on this dish. It's very, very small and very light, very airy. No, I ain't one of those. I'll be like, oh, fucking good in it. That's me. I just consume and I'm like, yeah, get good in it. Yeah, it works for me, and then I just walk off. Yeah, oh, there's a hint of saffron. I noticed you use like at least one spindle of saffron, and it really gives it the taste. No, I ain't, nah. Just consume. Yeah, it tastes good. And that's about it. Because comfort is everything? Pretty much. Like Kirby and a McDonald's? Pretty much. And exactly, because comfort is everything. As long as the food is good, I don't care. I've never been a picky eater. Never will be. It's just food. If other people eat it, if other people eats the food, then it's gotta be good. Is my mentality of it. If other cultures eat the food the way that they do, there has to be a reason why, other than, oh, they have no choice. No, it has to be good for a reason. Or they gotta like it for a reason. So why not just try whatever? Unfortunately, though, I'm not very creative when it comes to cooking, though. That's the, like, that's the unfortunate, like, I know how to cook. I do cook a lot. But I'm not so creative where I can just make up a dish on the spot. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not, I ain't that cool when it comes to cooking. I still really go by recipes and just kind of based off what and whenever I try to cook, I just based off what I already know how to make and hope it works. There's one food you don't want to try, Rocky Mountain oysters? You mean just oysters in general? Why? Is it because they always served raw or something? Or is this specifically the Rocky Mountain ones because they're built different? Oh, they're the balls. Now that's funny. You know, as somebody who ate a duck fetus, I'm gonna be honest with you, it doesn't sound too terrible. No oysters in the Rocky Mountains? Yeah, you never know. There might be a hidden oyster farm up there somehow. Don't ask how, but somehow, you know, humans find a way. Humans can find a way to farm anything, anywhere, at any time. You literally cannot deny it. Not the balut. Yo, exactly. Exactly. As somebody who has eaten fertilized duck egg, you know what? It'll be... I'll still try it. I know it sounds hilarious, but I'll still try it. If I ever come across it one day. Cow hearts are good too? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cow tongue and lengua is the bomb in tacos. It's actually my favorite type of taco is lengua, as well as like lengua burros. Burritos. I call them burros because they're never small. They're always so fucking huge. So they upgraded from burritos to burros, or sometimes even burrotes. Like they're fucking like, god damn, it'll take me like 2 days to eat. like goddamn, it's a fucking like triathlon just to get through one kind of deal. Never anything ito about the burritos is true. Oh god, I killed her before she did her breath. Yay. That's why I'm like, man, I never even understood the itos part of the burros. But as somebody who isn't fluent in Spanish, despite sometimes saying things in a Spanish accent, I will never understand that. But I blame my parents for that. I'll never know. I'll never know. Salivating session? Look, man. Food is food. You can never go wrong with food. That's what I always say. Food is food, and you can never go wrong with it. Sometimes you can be simple and you just want a big old juicy burger. A burgers burger. And sometimes you just want a burger and you're like, hell yeah. That sounds good. Or you want to be even more simple. So you know what? I just want some fries. I just want to eat some rice. Like, you know what sometimes my breakfast usually is? It's just soft tofu with rice and a fried egg on top. That's it. That's it. Slap a little bit of soy sauce on top. Maybe even some rooster sauce. What's rooster sauce? Sriracha. I almost forgot legitimately what sriracha was for a second, but it's fine. It's good. It's good. Can't go wrong with that. Also, let me out. Though, I will say, I had conch before. I went to a sushi restaurant one time because I had a friend over. And we went to one of those conveyor sushi places. And they had conch sushi. And if in case you're wondering what the fuck is a conch, it's like a big old snail thing, I guess. Ew, that is not for me. That was definitely not for me. Maybe something was wrong with the conch or something, but I was not expecting the taste it had, and it was oddly both chewy and hard at the same time. Like it was a little like it's a little weird. Oh well. I mean, at least I tried it, but I was still very surprised about its consistency. Especially if you pan-fried the slice in soy sauce. Whoa, Spam musubi is really good. Too bad. Oh my god. Spam is as fucking expensive nowadays. Excuse me, why am I gonna spend almost... Like, that's so much money for fucking Spam now. What happened to Spam being like a cheap meat? It ain't cheap no more. Like, what? Like, why? Like, why? What's the disturbing thing y'all have eaten? One day old chick? Well, I had balot. I don't know if that's considered disturbing anymore. Escargot away. You know what? I had escargot, and it's also not for me. So I think I just don't like snail-like creatures as a food. Because escargot was not for me whatsoever. And then I had conch, which is just a bigger snail. A sea snail even. And I'm just like, nah, that also ain't for me. Hey, Hollowed, how you doing? Surprisingly, it didn't have a snotty texture. It's just like... I don't know, there was just like the taste of them, and like I said, they were both... It was both smooth and chewy. Like, it was weird. Conch was indeed weird. And like I said, it takes a lot for me to be like, nah, I don't like this food. Oh, and sea cucumbers. I guess is another thing I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not gonna go out of my way to avoid sea cucumbers, but it's like... Meh. Meh. It's just meh. Not for me, meh. Cow brain tacos when they went to Mexico? Brains is an interesting one. I'll be very honest. Brains is a very interesting one. Like, I think I had, I had it before. It wasn't necessarily bad, but it wasn't necessarily good either. Need to grab breakfast before work now? Take care, have fun at work. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Though I will say this, if for whatever reason I'm stuck in some kind of like extreme wilderness survival thing, I'm fucked. I've never gone hunting before, and I have fished, but in like doesn't mean I'm good at it, you know what I mean? I'm just at least I know how to cook the stuff, but like God forbid if you want to ask me to start a fire. Unless I have like a lighter with me or something to help me with the fire, there's like no way. Flint and steel, sure, but use pure friction to start fire? Like fucking Tom Hanks and Castaway? GG. GG, it's doomed. I'm doomed. The thing could kill you? The pink fish can kill you? Oh, hell no. Okay, let me go back out. I didn't know it can kill you, and I lost my soul because of that. Alright. I can't wait for the rework for Princess No. The fact that you need to use a soul to actually quickly get through the boss is ridiculous. I ain't getting that stick fire. It's true. It's true. Okay. Got my soul back. Let me try not to die to fucking pink whalefish thing. God's sake, I didn't even know that was something you can die to. How embarrassing. How absolutely embarrassing. Man, now I'm hungry. I'll think of something I'll think of something to make later on. A friend got you DMC5? Hell yeah, that's such a good game. Such a good game. But as somebody who adores the Devil May Cry games, except for 2, it's such a wild ride. It's such a wild ride. I genuinely had a thought at one point to play all of the Devil May Cry games on stream. Like that was a genuine thing I thought of. And I know I wanted to do all Final Fantasy games, but to be honest with you, I'm just kind of chill just playing 2 games, Warframe and MapleStory at the moment. Though I will be sticking in Lies of P because I do want to play that on stream. I played that game on stream and beaten it on stream, so I want to continue the tradition with that one. So I want to continue the tradition of that one, especially since the DLC came out for it. So the only thing is I need to practice how to play that game again. Look at this riveting gameplay where I just get to stand here and wait for this nerd to be available to smack. Sheesh. Stupid nerd. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wait. Okay, there you go. I don't have that many drop in this character anyway, so I'm not expecting much. But, that little hope of getting a KT is always there, you know? There you go. Perfect. And 3 more minutes to spare onto a reset. Hooray. Because yeah, I keep forgetting that I need to run all of my guys. I don't make much, but when I do, it's alright. I don't beat all the bosses though, to be fair. There you go. You know what? I'll beat up Hard Magnus. Sure, I'll beat up Hard Magnus. If he drops the Kaiserium on the Dawn Warrior, I'm gonna be both disappointed and happy at the same time. I ain't holding my breath though. Yeah, it didn't drop. yeah, it didn't drop. It's honest work. It really is. It ain't much, but it's honest work. You never been really a mule maker, so KTs are abundance of one character that I really care about? No, that's fair. I'm making mules because now clearly the game wants you to have them anyways. And it's a good break to play from my main since I am kind of getting burnt out from the blood. I love him, I still do, but whew. Just thinking about doing anything on my main, it's like pulling teeth, I swear. Alright, and then there you go. There you go. He's done. Hooray. Happy pointed? You know what? That is the best way to describe it. Yeah, happy pointed, happy disappointed. Because it's like, yay, it dropped, but it sucks that it's on a character I don't really care about. But it is what it is. Loading? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, be like, oh no. Guys, the game crashed while I was loading GG's. Even though it has happened so many times. Somebody's in my spot! Get out of here, you typical looking, oh, the lag. Happy reset! Woo! Well, now that it's reset, I guess I will continue to not do dailies and stuff. I guess so. It's fine. It's totally fine. You know what? I still haven't done any of the Legends returns. I know I'm throwing, literally. I'm literally fucking up all of this because I should be getting more EXP vouchers, but my god, it takes so long to complete. Too long. And I'll be honest with you, I just don't care enough. I just don't care enough. Like at least you have I have enough badges to like at least pimp out a character with all of this stuff in here. So it's all good, but like ooh, it was rough. Time to beat up a giant tree man again? Oh, you are so right. Let me go ahead and beat up the giant tree man again. Let me go on this lad over here so I can beat him up on him. I just need a belt to drop. And I can actually get working on a superior set. You want to know what's hilarious? I don't even have reinforced on this character. Him. This idiot right here. He doesn't have reinforced. He's just been thriving on whatever I find on the floor. It didn't really help. Didn't work for the first couple of days. Yeah, that didn't help either. And then, like I said, I just didn't care about it too much. It's like whatever, man. It's like whatever. You need to put together a stream schedule image just to do the times like you mentioned before. It will help. It will definitely help for sure. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a generalized schedule rather than releasing a schedule every week. I'm just gonna put I'm streaming on these days. Games are up for grabs. It's pretty much it, you know? That's what I'm planning on doing. Rather than just like releasing the schedule with what games I'm gonna play, I'm just gonna wing it. I think it will be like no matter what, I'll be streaming on the same days. But I just think I think I just like it that way a little bit more. All right, Golix, you piece of shit, you little rascal, you. I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna beat you up so good that you didn't even know that you got beaten up. No, you're 2 days bound from Helix? Oh my god. That's unfortunate. Okay. Oh my god, you are a pain in the... You know what? Fine. Bro literally went full-on attack on me. How dare. Woo. As long as Warframe's on the list, I'm happy. Don't worry, Warframe is always gonna be on the list. I think Warframe has solidified itself as being like the guaranteed game. The guaranteed weekly game. Like I think like the schedules is gonna be like two Warframe days. Too bad I can't buy it. Like 2 Warframe days and like a random game and then Maple Story or something like that. Nothing. I got a reinforced belt. Again. One day. One day. Not this day, clearly, but one day. I don't want to buy a belt. That's the only thing I don't want to do is to buy a belt. But it sure hell is making me want to... Making me... Look how many reinforceds I have. There's so many. It's okay. It's alright. I could be disappointed later. Oh boy, it's fine. It's fine. Hey Jared, how you doing? Having more arcane spare than stuff is more luck? I mean, I guess. I am surprised I have arcane spares, but the fact that I still don't have a superior set is just kind of pathetic. Like, Everything else should be after I get one, but you know what? Whatever. You know what? Whatever. It's also my fault that I'm not running around and reinforced at least. I could be running around and reinforced, but I don't want to spend the Golix coins for a reinforced set. So that's another, like, to be fair situation. Also, I think I could work on cubing on this lad just a little bit. Just a little bit of cubing. A little bit, just a tad. Like this one can get a little bit of help. Maybe. Maybe. As well as slowly getting things up these up to 22 as well. Like at least this guy is getting built. So like that's some one thing that I am proud of my Kane, that he is actually not incredibly lucky, but lucky enough. And that makes me happy. Should you buy a reinforced pendant and ring? You have the earrings and belt, but a few days ago got your first superior earring. In my opinion, if it's like your main, yes. If it's your main, yes. You can go ahead and buy them as long as you keep trying for Golix. However, since you already have the superior earrings, just keep saving. If you don't really need it, just keep saving. You can live without it for a little bit longer. Because like especially like with these, as long as you get like another ring to help you out, you're honestly fine. Just focus on a superior as much as possible. And hope for it. Yeah. Like, if anything, just work on crafting so that way you can make a Meister ring. And then, like, if you can make spares of Meister ring or you have spares of KTs that you don't really need, that can work your way up. So, you're fine. You don't really need to. And Reinforce does go up to Superior. Like, it can transfer up, but it's not something to it's not something for you to really worry about until then. It's like a cross that bridge when you get there scenario. You know what I mean?
Warning, an ad break is happening. We'll be back shortly.
Not the ads. It's always the ads. But, I do want to get Superior eventually. I'm actually legitimately surprised that I haven't gotten one yet. It makes me sad. Oh well. It is what it is. Oh well. Okay, there you go. Sorry. Just had something to check on real quick. You know, I should actually work on leveling up crafting on this lad here. It might... luckily, it doesn't take as long as it used to. Like, my accessory crafting is already level 10. Which is already, like, really... like, I'm surprised that's already level 10, so that's not too bad. I don't think I need alchemy level 9 because potions and everything is tradable anyways. So accessory crafting and maybe smithing are probably like the two things I should work on. Smithing for the buff. The smithing buff. Because unfortunately, for some of you nerds who are in ads right now, or maybe out of ads, who knows? Crafting is still, unfortunately, very, 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 very important. Okay, not that many varies, but it is important enough for you to actually do. So, let's see. Oh, did I not learn smithing on you? Oh my god. Imagine not having smithing unlocked on a character that you call your secondary main. Why am I so bad at the game? Why? Oh my god. I mean, it's fine. It's like whatever. It doesn't take that long. Ads, what are those? I know, right? Imagine being on the YouTube side and not worrying about ads. Must be nice. Alright, nerds. I know y'all came from an ad break, but I think we're gonna go ahead and end the stream here for today. As mentioned on the title, I am still, surprisingly, very tired. That's what I get for staying up until like almost 4 in the morning reading a manga, but that's my problem. In case you're wondering what manga I was reading, A Witch Hat Atelier. That was what I was reading. It's a cute little manga, honestly. Really, really cute. I really like it so far. And the art style really got me engrossed into it. It's a very, very pretty art style. What do you mean used and abused, you guys? Oh my god, welcome back, Gala. How you doing? How you doing, Gala? I hope you had a good time. I was just saying, like, the main reason why I was tired was simply because I kept reading manga until like 4 in the morning. Like a dumb. You ran? Oh, nice. What manga? Witch Hat Atelier. Honestly, Witch Hat, I highly recommend it. It's also having an anime adaptation soon, too, so that's actually really cool. But yeah. Witch Hat Atelier is really cute. I really love the art style of it, too. It's really, really pretty. Honestly, very, very pretty. I do like the whole vibe of it and everything. You thought the tiredness came from men calling? Nah, I stayed up until 4 in the morning reading manga. And then I woke up at like 9. But I didn't really leave the bed until like 10. It's just a whole thing. It's just a whole thing, honestly. Still waiting for Tarbo Farming to come back for season 2. Ooh. You know, now that the Witch Hat Atelier manga is actually becoming an anime, that is something I might watch. But to be fair, it's hard for me to kind of like sit down and watch anime for some reason recently. I think it's because it's like, oh, I wanna grind, I wanna do this, I wanna do that. I think that's just a me issue. Here you go. I don't know. I'll think about it later. But either way, let's see who to raid today. So waking up and getting out of bed are different things. Yep. Because you can wake up, but still be in bed. You're awake while in bed. But that's about it. You're just awake while in bed. You ain't doing anything. But when you finally get out of bed is when you go to the bathroom, you know, brush your teeth, wash your face, or take a shower. Hopefully you nerds are doing that. Please, please, for the love of fucking God, have hygiene. Don't be the stereotypical nerd and not have hygiene, please. Por favor, por favor. And if you don't, I'm gonna be disappointed. A little bit. Just a tad. You think most days you get out of bed before you wake up? Man, that's real. Man, that is so real. I feel that. I feel that in my bones. I feel that in my bones. I usually wake up and not even realize that I'm waking up. Yeah, no, that's... Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot, actually. That is a understandable have a great day scenario. Legitimately. You get really bad acne even though you follow a strict hygiene routine. Fucking acne is annoying to deal with, you know what I mean? No matter how much you like wash your face or do anything to prevent that shit from happening, genetics will say, nah, fuck you. And just do it anyways. Y'all want to know what's a fun fact? Touching your face doesn't prevent you from getting not touching your face doesn't prevent you from getting acne. It literally is just diet, how much water you drink, and genetics. It's really all it is. It's just those three things. It's very, very silly. Yeah. Good to know. Yeah. Fun fact. You can avoid touching your face as much as possible. It doesn't matter. It's literally your diet, how much water you drink, and genetics. And if you have all three of those combined, like even if you can be the healthiest eater in the world, but if your genetics said, nah, you're getting acne today, you're getting acne today. Damn. You would touch your face and you would... But either way, we're rating the peanut. And there you go. We're rating the peanut. But thank you everybody for stopping by. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. I will release a general schedule so that way you guys will know that I'm streaming, you know, Thursday through Sunday. But always keep in mind, there will always be Warframe. And there will always be a Maple Story. That's it. That's it. There will always be a Maple Story, there will always be a Warframe. Whether it's 2 Warframes and a Maple Story, 2 Maple Stories and a Warframe, or 2 of each. It's all up to me. But I'll let you guys know. But take care, have fun, eat your goddamn Cheerios. And I'll see you guys on Thursday. Goodbye.